She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. David Bullen, for the 13 months. It's been a wild ride, over a year, and I absolutely appreciate you. Absolutely wonderful to have you as a member of this community, and I hope you're having a fantastic fucking day today. Right, Kevin? Kevin, I need you to back me up here. You're catting on my backpack. Come on. You got it in you? He was looking like he was gonna say something, and now he's just aggressively catting. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come gas up David. This guy. Yeah, cat. What's up? Good meowing. He snorted at that one. He actually
Did you hear
snorted.
something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yes, you are a good boy, Kevin. Anyway, you're all great as well. I hope you're having a wonderful morning so far. It's pretty nice for me out today. It might not get super hot, fingers crossed, and it might not be a rainy, miserable day either. Just reasonable, middle of the road kind of day. I'm excited about that. I got my coffee. It's entirely too hot. I burned my hand on it. Scalded. No, I touched the mug, so technically it's burned. Whatever. And I got a cool little thing for me to try out after stream, which might be tied into something I talked about yesterday. Yes, intentionally cryptic about that. Anyway. Oh, Stone Pants Grab is gone, New Mexican. Oh, rest in power. Jaybridge, how you doing? Erconia, New Mexican. Tenor, David. Shay, Necromancer Gage. Sen, Good Wolf. Roddy. Doc. Rohith. And anyone else who might have slipped in. Why am I getting light buffering already? Connection, don't be like this. Burger day for neighbors to do the hard work. God damn it. It's gonna happen now. It's gonna happen. So, as I mentioned in my Go Live tweet, I've got a couple potential build upgrades I want to try out. It's my Spellcaster build. I've not touched on stream in a bit. I mostly just slapped the gear on and rolled some enchants, and we'll see how this works out. I got that Tyrant's Truth that seemed decent for spellcasting yesterday, so I want to try it on my Deadshot. Also, I got a Corrupted Plate Mail that I think might be worth investigating for the Hammer Throw build. And I've got a couple spells that I've not yet tried out on the spellcasting build. We got that really good Laser Hand yesterday. We got that really good Ice Spike yesterday. And I want to see how things perform. So it's going to be a lot of experimentation. I'm sure eventually in today's stream we'll fall back to the melee stuff because I'm just comfortable there. But yeah, let's get into it. A Laser Hand is cracked? Yeah, for anyone who missed it. We got that live, not with the enchant. I rolled that off stream, but we got that on stream yesterday. And it's terrifying. That's a lot of just big or efficient values. Like something that does this much damage with this cooldown, with this, it's ugh. Got Ghostblade to C50 last night. Hey, let's go. The biggest of pogs. So you can tell because my character looks kind of cool. The Tyrant's Truth, Grave spell. Class companions are dismissed. For each class companion you would have, boost spell damage by 35%. Now the thing about this spell damage is, if you're familiar with the, I don't have one on me, the Lich's Augur Ward, and how the spell damage from that is a separate multiplier spell damage wise. This is that same thing. So I'm only dismissing one companion here, but I'm able to have all the regular spell damage of the spell shot, all the regular spell damage of the Graveborn, and I can dismiss the Demi-Lich. I lose one stack of Thralls, but I gain this 35% fresh multiplier. So I don't know how this is actually going to work out in practice. We're going to find out. That cooldown and an extra charge, yeah. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Chat, it was Rabbit's birthday yesterday, so like, wish him a happy birthday again. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, I missed. Seeing decent numbers. Keep in mind that to use Tyrant's Truth this way, I gave up Double Knot. But I have more Graveborn power than I did. So my Blast Gas should be bigger. 24 hours, everything still isn't installed. You'll figure it out, Rabbit. You'll figure it out. I believe in you. Oil and spice? Yeah, I'm not really doing anything with it right now, but I'm holding a fire gun. The gun I'm holding doesn't matter because I don't have double knot right now, so it just matters that I'm holding a gun. You still have a lovely day. Same to you, haters. Entire audio config got wiped. Thing about that is someone helped me set it up, so it's a bunch of shit I don't understand. Yeah, I'm not great with audio settings either. It's just not an area where I have much knowledge. There's a course there. Yes, Kevin, hi. Laser hand's just silliness. It's so satisfying though. And it's not like it's without downsides. The firelock does mean, excuse me, without sufficient build investment, it's just gonna hit like a wet noodle against like bone enemies in particular. Inflammation laser hand, yeah. Is the fresh melt just for the spell damage version of Tyrant's Truth? So the gun damage is regular gun damage, the spell damage is the fresh melt version, and for melee, it's the on-swing melee. So the one that's granted by the Storm Dragon's Judgment throw enchant, the Feral Surge melee enchant, and the Consec Swings enchant. It's that melee type. Instead of regular melee. Blast gas happening from inflammation is just too satisfying not to do. It's like less efficient than a laser hand, but it's fun. Just gonna see Top Gun later today with her mom since it's her birthday as well. Nice. I hope y'all have a good time. It's a decent con. But no. Pizza time. I know it's party time, but let me live my dream. Unless I'm swapping items out for element matching a boss, I keep inflammation on, alternating between laser hand and a fire quake and thunder. It's so satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, you can really do pyromancer style builds in this game to great effect, and it's just very satisfying to do. Something I did forget is, so at first I was like, this armor, I'm losing some significant spell shot power, because I was going from like this. So that's a big chunk of spell shot power to lose, and of course double knot. But it has 2 ascension. And I have area damage, so I'm getting a multiplier I wasn't getting. Seeing that spell crit chance, like, okay. The ward regenerate doesn't do anything for me, but that's fine. 2 more ascension is, that's a lot more spell damage. Not full charging the laser hand. It's not really strictly necessary in mobbing, but I should be. Ready to hear the Feral Surge enchant is on swing? I could have been misremembering, son. There's a lot to keep track of. It's in the formula doc either way. Brucey, thank you for the prime, for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey Dill, how you doing? 2 charge laser hand, 4.3k damage on my Bereaver. I don't know if I should use that or my inflammation. Depends on what you need. If you want a really direct damage dealing spell, laser hand. If you want like a lot of spell cast activations and some lingering damage, inflammation's good. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Oh, my allergies today. Hang on. Ah. Morning, Shaky. How you doing? Don't mind me sneezing my face off. Hey, Rune. How are you? Also on swing, just looking for Feral Surge. Thought it was Berserker. Changed that for clarity. Cool. Yeah, it's specifically Feral Surge. Good to know. Good to know. Doing good, thanks. Busy with work. Gotta work 6 days now. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well. Doing pretty well. Things are good on my end, except for allergies being absolutely crazy today. Yeah, I think if I actually optimize the setup a little more now. Like, I could probably go for a Spell Shot amulet over a Graveborn one now. But not having Double Knot's such a bummer. I don't need it. Yeah, that's what I have this for. Hey Glenny, how are you? Good, how are you? Allergies kicking my butt. Other than that, doing great, doing great. Oh yeah, for anyone who didn't catch it yesterday, we briefly hung out in the Discord. I've been trying to use the Discord and like, you know, community shit more often. But you should join if you haven't. But we hung out in the Discord yesterday doing some good old nostalgic Borderlands 3 just theory crafting in a voice call as we often did during the prime of BL3's life, and anyone who's there can confirm that half the time was about me just saying some variation of, man, this game is so fucking good. Just constantly. And it's because Glenny's good influence and is like, hey, let's theory craft some BL3 stuff. Does miss out on Double Knot make killing fire resistant immune more difficult? Not necessarily, because I do still have Stand of the Soul. And that was always more consistent than Double Knot, because Stand of the Soul is every hit, Double Knot is just crits. Keep in mind, I'm not doing double laser hand, I'm doing single laser hand. So, only one of my spells is critting with any real consistency. I'll come with anything cursed. Glenny was doing some mana well stuff. I was mostly just revisiting builds that I had fun playing. Glenny was doing some fun mana well stuff on Mo's though. Yeah, I think... Let me look up amulets. What do I even have on this? Do I have a... No, that's actually decent. Let's try this. The Theurge bit does nothing for me, but... Just treat it like a purple. Because the whole reason I ran a Graveborn Amulet before is because I was running a spell Stavo, or Stavo spell, I should say, armor for Double Knot earlier. But now that I already have Graveborn Tower for my armor, in theory, having extra spell shot damage there should be better. Because it'll be on every hit rather than just Blast Gasp. And every hit also boosts Blast Gasp. Visiting Punchbot. We did not do that. It did explain Punchbot to some people who are newer to BL3, and it was awkward crushing dreams like that. Why is John Wick so good? It's just such a rewatchable movie. I don't know, they really captured lightning in a bottle with that. I suppose a big part of it is just the quality of the action. Like, action movies are great, turn your brain off shit, but something I've really grown to despise in its 20th year of popularity is shaky cam. Ever since about The Bourne Identity back in '02, a movie that was a good action movie, but leaned pretty heavy into shaky cam, everyone was like, oh, we need to shaky cam to make a good action movie. And John Wick was like, nah, we don't need that. So that's one thing that sets it apart. John Wick movie night? Not again. Does laser hand go through multiple enemies? It does, Bearcat. It does. So if you can line them up properly, it sure does. Man, inflammation really is just satisfying. I just hit those skeletons with a 2-for-1 if you want a confirmation of the piercing. It's amusing to see the attacks of Dragonlord that you don't often get to when you're just kind of screwing around builds-wise. Definitely make it a point to do as much laser hand piercing as possible. It's just so powerful. Didn't you just teleport? What are you doing again? Hey Ivan, how you doing? Throwable is so fun, love to use it stuck in mobs and blasting the AoE spells. I like to use it for bursts of damage. Because if you get a blast gas for a double knot on a throwable hole explosion, it hits so hard. Like that. Fire on bone. Unoptimized setup. Pain. Maybe I use the dark magic double knot for that. Nah, we'll stick with fire. Alright. I don't have double knot. I keep forgetting. Muscle memory. I do not have the double knot. That's the tricky thing with this setup. If you want to have Graveborn Capstone, having double knot is impossible without the armor. So I guess a Tyrant's Truth with double knot would be, like, ideal here. But meh. Inflammation even reach Bernadette? I might be able to.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Frolia.
More months, more fun.
Thank you so much for the 5-month streak and the 9-month resub with the Prime. It goes a long way. Thank you so much. That was a blast gasp on that one. Definitely need to redo my wife's dead shot. build. This does a lot more damage. You could clear Chaos 50, however. Yeah, my dead shot is not, like, particularly well set up either. It's just, I put a inflammation on here because I thought it was fun. And Blazer Hands cracked. So, it can even go more powerful than this. Working on today using that God Roll Laser Hand? Yeah, we're testing some stuff. And yeah, Arconium, I'll do a pasta later. I just started. This is the first run of the stream. I don't want to derail yet. See, I wonder about Constitution on this. Because with something like Sanguine Sacrament, it's gonna heal at the same rate, but more health means more healing. So look into that. Love to replace my purple with the Tyrant's Truth, but spell area ability on a primordial purple is not easily replaced. Right. Honestly, the only reason I'm able to reasonably consider this Tyrant's Truth like an upgrade is because it rolled area, and my other armors didn't. So, like, this being chaotic is hurting me. It having a class combo that doesn't have double knot or blast gasp, technically speaking, is hurting me. But, like, it's fine. Because you got lots of options. Does Throwable Hole get bigger with spell area rolls? The radius of the final explosion might. Because it is just a spell. Just spell damage. So it might. Restructuring the martial build on devs to suit my playstyle a bit. Having difficulty clearing the arbiters fast. Mobs and charms just the bossing. Need some tips. The arbiters are just going to take some time. Weapon swap tech is going to be pretty big there. Like having a weapon with Firestorm to swap and just keep Firestorm up on the boss. Have some way to apply vulnerable. Get as many different debuffs as you can, so like bonus damage versus bleeding enemies. Captain Hunter for bonus damage versus elites. Single target big bosses are where that build just kind of has a little more trouble. That is where Seismic Commander has a bit of a stronger use case, because you get that damage versus bleeding enemies from Seismic. That'll always help you, whereas Martial doesn't help you in pure single target. But it's still absolutely crazy to me that they buffed Martial. I guess it was underutilized, but like, so powerful. Thank you, Throwable Hole. Morning, Zank. Hope you're well. I shouldn't use that ammo thing. I keep forgetting how that works on spells. Hey, Foster. Nice being quiet, chat, making my days brighter. Happy to do it. Thank you for doing the same. Ammo alters do to spells. Whenever you pick up an ammo alter, it sets your current spells, if they are multi-charged, to 1 charge, no matter how many they have. So if you have 0, it goes from 0 to 1. That's cool. But if your charge, if your spells, you know, have 6 charges and you use the alter, it still puts you to 1. So I have a 2 and a 6 charge spell currently. Being set to 1 isn't exactly an upgrade. So Unused Buffmeister was wondering, it affects the meteor damage of Queen's Cry. I believe it's based on spell damage. Yes. The only tenable loves the game and it's Theater 5 can do it well. I'm glad he's enjoying it. Yeah, Queen's Cry, meteors, spell. So anything that boosts spell. What did I just buy? I hit the wrong button. Oh, well, I guess I'm selling that back. Call it money laundering. That's a fortifying sigil with 2 radius parts. That's pretty good. There's a sound that won't stop, and I hate it. It's the spell money. Got lucky with Tiago with 2 martial pieces and got 1 from Fire Expedition. Need to farm gear now, I guess. Locking items to relief. Oh, a decent amount of crystals from that run, actually. No elites, but doing the featured, some of the bonus objectives, most of the courts. Profitable. Profitable. Last time I was going against the Dragon Lord, it was the first time I thought, oh wow, nerf's noticeable. I was kind of bummed to sense that for the first time. It's one of those things that, like I said, for people who were struggling, it's positive, but for people who weren't, it's like, oh, I can check out a little bit. I hope that we get more elective difficulty options. Like, maybe a few chaos tiers that just don't increase the maximum ceiling of gear that's available. Just give people a way to have a little more of a challenging experience. Or maybe some sort of modifier, some sort of curse you can take to make bosses faster or hit harder or something. Because it does kind of bore me to be able to stand there and tank Dragon Lord on most builds. You know, the elite bosses would be cool. I think they're functionally already elite because of the red portal. But being able to compound that somehow, yeah. Double elite. Let's see what we got here so far. I do still want to mess with Threads of Fate, especially on this build. It's a really good single target spell. Ascended Arcane Bolt. Shame the parts are kind of bad. We'll take it though. I want to hit ARs for the rest. Hope for a bread slicer. Hey, Coffee Bar, how you doing? Al, good to see you. Hope you're well. Move Roguelite or some other terrible hard modifier with bosses do more damage. I don't think Roguelite is a terrible modifier at all. Personally. And, again, I'm not really a proponent of removing a thing. Just, like, expand the system. Meeting done. iPhone knows. How you doing, Dex? The more levels, didn't they stay at 42-ish, even if you leaded the super run and stuff was in 48? They did. They did. I don't remember what level specifically they ended up at, but yeah, bosses do end up lower levels than the elites in those super, super long runs. Okay, so we did get a bread slicer, which is cool. I kind of wanted a different element, but I'll take this one. Reason being, this gun crit chance down here, this applies to double knot because double knot is gun crit chance and gun crit damage and stuff. So it's amusing to use this as a stat stick. Now I think crossblade is still better because it's got the black powder crit, but that depends on whether or not saw blade barrel weapons, like saw blade weapons, also get the crossbow barrel crit mult. Because if they do, then they're just equal. But I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's try the other thing I want to test. I mentioned an armor that I got on the Clawbringer. I want to see how that works out. More options for more people? Yeah. So, plate mail is usually just like a damage down. But it's more instances of damage, which means more potential alchemical dots. And that could be very impactful here. Crossblade and bread slice for spell stat 6 is the new thing I've learned today. Yeah, those would be for the highest chance of double knot critting. Whereas, if you wanted optimal damage for that double knot itself, you'd want to go with a crossbow barrel black powder sniper with 2 crit parts. So carouser with max crit roll basically would be the biggest possible buff for your double knots crit stats. Plate mail, double hit mechanic give you 2 Executioner's Blade. It should give you 2 separate chances to trigger Executioner's Blade decks. So it'll increase your consistency, but remember Executioner's Blade does have that about a 0.7 second internal cooldown. So you'll see more of them as long as you're not already at the peak of seeing them. But Executioner's Blade is a good example of what plate mail would be good at, like, buffing, because the damage of the Executioner's Blade doesn't care of the damage that caused it. Now, you would then be dividing the blade itself into 2 instances, but that's not necessarily bad, because that's also, like, 2 alchemical agent instances, which, despite the fact that one is weaker, you're getting an extra contagion chance, etc., etc. And if they're both powerful enough, then it's, like, fine. Plate mail good class mod? Yeah. It's situational. The thing plate mail is good at is you get an extra instance of, like, on-hit effects, because it carves off that 30% into a bonus element that is also the same thing, so it can trigger all the same on-hit effects. So if you say shot someone in the face with a head cannon, then you'd get an explosion for the regular portion and an explosion for the plate mail portion. Now, the plate mail portion the damage would be scaled down appropriately, but that's still relevant. That's still a damage increase overall in the case of the head cannon. For things like black powder ricochets, it gives you a whole extra set of chances. For play the angles, it gives you a whole extra set of chances, etc. That's what plate mail's good at. Great Bow is also good for buff and double knot. Slightly less damage than the black powder rolls all elements and isn't part dependent. Yeah, that's an option. So I'm definitely noticing less damage, but this Dark Magic healing might be, like, kind of worth it. It's not strong healing, but it's something. Class I do recommend running for Bereaver if I'm doing Dire Sack. Selective Amnesia would probably be the best play there. Because Selective Amnesia is triggered by taking damage, and that includes the activation of both Graveborn action skills. Never knew that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You could like use Reaper of Bones to constantly trigger Amnesia and just have it always on for other kinds of builds. It's a good time. But yeah, Dire Sack Amnesia is pretty good. So this plate mail is definitely less damage. But the question we ask now is it still worth it? So I don't know, plate mail would add a layer of PTA proc chances, that's pretty sick. Yeah, it is, Chef Renzander. It's one of my favorite reasons to run the plate mail. It's actually why I recommend plate mail for most weapons on the gun setup. I haven't touched in a while, but Mist Dancer, Stabospore with From the Shadows, play the angles. Plate mail, you get a ton of proc chances. I was going for the hand for a thing, but I missed. Hey, Comp. Thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate it. A to you as well.
On fire. There you go, Quack.
A.
A. Bro, whose hands are pom-poms? True. Pretty much an auto-include for deep spore builds. Not necessarily, but it really does take the mobbing up to a much more efficient level. That said, mobbing isn't an area where Spore really needs help, because play the angles on its own, even infrequently, is already powerful, and then that's without introducing things like Barbaload, and inherently multi-target guns like Last Rites and stuff like that. So it's hard to say it's a must-have, but it's something I quite enjoy. Times 4 purple Spriggans holds up. Got one on Chillmonger Chaotic. Still great if you caps on spell shot. Want to keep reloads to a minimum. That's fun. That's fun, Atreus. Thinking about putting together some kind of Mist Dancer, most ricochets possible build, PTA, FTS, Barbaload, Plate Mail, Phoenix or something. Yeah, I ran that for a while, and maybe it's time for me to Chaos Climb that so I can like actually have it to show. Maybe we do that today. Because I haven't touched it since C35. But it's basically that concept. Gun build in my Quag stream? Listen. The times they are a-changing. I wonder if plate mail makes the crossbolts apply faster. Like, I wonder if you get a separate instance of crossbolts applying with plate mail. I've never actually thought about that. Logically speaking, you should. Which is actually a big fucking deal. At times aiming, though, debatable. Came here to vibe after having an interesting D&D homebrew discussion. Came here as well, having an interesting thought about the PLC release after watching Moxie's look on the latest Wondercast. Yeah, what do you think of comp? Help me understand Barberload. Use it on a build, using melee crossbolts. Maybe I don't have other needed pieces. Using Barber incorrectly is underwhelmed. So if you have an enemy stuck with crossbolts, Barberload makes it so there's a chance every time anything deals damage to that enemy that it ricochets a crossbow. It ricochets a projectile out based on the element of whatever applied the crossbolts, but the damage will be based on whatever caused the hit. So it basically gives you inbuilt multi-target as long as something in your build is applying crossbolts. So you could, for example, shoot someone with a level 1 crossbow pistol, and then hit them with a Dreadwind, and it will take the element of the pistol, but then the damage of the Dreadwind, and ricochet to a nearby enemy. It is very straightforward. Simply hit enemy to hit other enemy. Alyssa. Stop it. Got Ascended Hawkins. Any idea of the best use class? Probably Spell Shot. Because you got the gun damage, you got the reload speed. Yeah. Gun builds you've changed. You've changed. Fucking got him. I saw that Harbinger on. Yeah, I want to do one with Theurge. Like putting Ghostblade on a big target and firing crossbolts into it and watching Barberload eat the bolts into the surrounding mobs. Yeah, that's definitely a fun use of it. Turning anything really powerful single target that hits a lot of times into multi-target is attractive. It'll even trigger off of dots, by the way. Which is something to keep in mind. Ever use Calamity? Yeah. I have one on the Spellcaster build I played at the beginning of the stream. I was testing a different armor, but I did hover over the Calamity I normally use. So, like, if this was Chain Lightning, this would be really, really good. Do I have inventory? I'll take it anyway. It'll be like the first thing I drop if I need something else. But I'll take it anyway for now. Good question. Do the Berserkers and Outriders also have any freeze abilities? I don't remember offhand, Rohit. Do not recall. Missed that part, picked up a few of them the other night, didn't make a build. Calamity is not something to really build around. It's something, if you happen to get an armor with beneficial rolls and stuff, Calamity is one that won't hurt you and provides mild benefit. It's just regular fire damage and requires a lot of targets to stack up to a large value, where even at peak it's like less beneficial than some other armor effects. A lot of new releases have pretty fast content release schedule, thanks mostly to their business model. Maybe an interesting way to look at the PLCs for Wonderland's kind of that way. More fair and optional way to most games. They release the PLCs in a rapid succession to keep up a kind of good content stream for almost every game. It's a promised content that keeps players engaging on a short term, but also a long term. Yeah, that is simply how the industry works very frequently. Like, whether people realize it or not, the model of a long distribution season pass, that's kind of going the way of the dinosaur. Look at super omega AAA games like Elden Ring that are like, yeah, we'll do a DLC in a year. And then you have this game where it's like, oh, well, we'll give you a bunch of small content in a short time frame. It is simply just not how things are done anymore in terms of getting a big DLC every 3 months or so. Not saying I necessarily like that, but that's the industry. How you doing, Hellrider? Yeah, I really should sell some stuff. I don't need that. I don't really need that either. But Ascendance. That can go. Play the angles, Frost Gun with Cape or Plate Mail, Crossbow. Seems like Cape is a more obvious damage potential. I don't really know the mechanics well enough. So the thing with Cape is it's just kind of easy. It's not actually better. Reason being, Cape of Tides is one of 3 different ways you can apply the Soaked debuff, right? Along with the Tidebreaker spell and the Twisted Delusion rocket launcher. See, most of my builds, I just carry around a Twisted Delusion. So if I want Soaked on a boss or a high value target, I just switch, shoot 1 rocket, and then switch back to whatever I was doing. You can do that for bossing on your Mist Dancer. And preserve your armor slot for something more beneficial, more impactful. Tidebreaker is the most efficient way of applying Soaked in general, because you can apply to multiple enemies, no real animation commitment, and Tidebreaker is just very efficient. So if you're not using your spell slot for something else, I'd recommend just use a Tidebreaker, and then you don't need Cape. If you are using your spell slot for something else, I'd still recommend use a Twisted Delusion, and you don't need Cape. It's worth noting that since Plate Mail is technically speaking a damage down in purely single target, Cape and Plate Mail are both capable of lowering your damage, like if you're having to use fire. But Plate Mail would lower it less if you are using fire, and yeah, I just prefer. Is this game good? I think so. I play it pretty much every day. I have over 1,200 hours in it, and I'm still finding things to do. So, in my opinion, yes. Remember the days where you got what you got in your game cartridge, you wanted to complain about the game, you just complained to your friends. I want to pull League of Legends into this. They release skin releases very often, like nearly 2 skin lines per month. The lore and stories attached to it, even entire events, which is very fast content release, keeps people engaged and interested in the game. Yeah, definitely a different kind of game, but sure, yeah, that's the thing. think I kind of like the healing from this. It's definitely less damage. But, I mean, I'm comparing it to a Warp Paradigm, so, like, maybe that's not the most fair point of comparison. It wasn't bad. I remember Lego Island. I did not have the pleasure, personally. Almost there. Hey, we got it. Nice. Borderlands 2 is my favorite. Okay. A lot of games have come out in the 10 years since Borderlands 2, and I encourage you to try new things. In fact, 2 entire other Borderlands games came out between 2 and this game. You should check those out too. They are all good in their own ways. Drill whose ward regen is BS? It's not though. It's a DPS check. Like I'm brute forcing it right now, hammer throwing on a Clawbringer with the element he resists as my primary and secondary sources of damage. If that can do it, you can do it. That got a purple? Yes. It is a Scalawag. ×2 fire, 25% blade, melee crossbolts. That's why we like it. I think changing up enchants here would be prudent. So like I could switch to this with maybe action skill start spellcast for more conditional in Spellblade. More raw damage. I don't think I need Desperate Enchant with this Dark Magic. But then again, we did have some trouble with Bunny without that extra bit of healing. So I could just go to Harbinger for that. Figured out. So remember my first frontline, first phase took me 15 minutes, and I got my first sub 7 minute frontline clear. Lovely build crafting is nice. Yeah, getting frontline nice and fast is definitely a good feeling. You get hit by boss more to make it worse, stop avoiding damage. Habit. I also do need to melee more to stack up my warrior hilt. But like this is a really good showing of all that healing at work at once. Listen and popping in every now and then while I suffer in League. Sounds good, Calm. Thanks for stopping by. When you hit him with the launcher, you apply soak debuff? Yes. If so, why follow up with fire? Because fire is not my main source of damage. My main source of damage is my hammer throw. Fire is my second most used because of Clawbringer's Awe skill, requiring you to do fire damage to keep that crit damage part active. I don't actually care how much damage my gun's doing. It is simply there for debuffing. Oh yeah, plate mail is a big damage down for this phase at least. Noted. I should appreciate it, no problem. No, not again. Second wave of tramplers. So this is where plate mail is definitely not seeming as ideal. I don't know, how's my crit chance right now? So my melee crit chance, 63.8. That's pretty good. This means that, you know, we're getting, let's round a little bit. Let's say it's 66. 2 of every 3 hits with Storm Dragon's Judgment, because you get 3 per throw per enemy when placed well, is critting. So that's 2 alchemical agents. Now, if we have corrupted plate mail, assuming the same rates on those instances, that's like a lot of dots. But we do lose a big chunk of base damage. So, 69. Damn it, Glenny. Like, the elemental matchups are suffering. Try with different enchant on that better body rune. See how that works out. Is your melee weapon? I am using a Spellblade. Spellblade can have 10, 11, or 12% crit chance depending on the hilt you roll on it. Not the hilt mod, just the hilt part. Part variance, yeah. Luckily, it's only a minor difference. And Spellblade isn't in the running for highest crit chance on melee weapons. I believe that goes to... I think that's a tie between Pickaxe and Twin Soul. They can get 18 or 19. I still haven't built around this gun. I gotta change that. No, not green greatsword. That's not a gun. You're not a gun, green greatsword. That sound is still persisting. I might save quit to get rid of that. Westard. This will be a good test, actually. Yeah, Westard post-boss damage changes is so free. He is so free. Just because you can, in situations like that where you almost have him phased, you can just take the hit and finish him off. Whereas before you couldn't. Finish him. He's volatile, Buffmeister that I found yesterday for the memes, still hate him. It's not for me either, but... Am I finishing off? I just got here, also hi. Mind in the gutter, Pinky. Love to see it. How you doing? Nah, we're finishing off Waster. Because he's handsome. I mean, because he's a boss. I mean, because we need to kill him. I mean... Another lightning bolt, not chain lightning. Sad. Wards. Wards. Because he's staggered after lowering his HP and open to a fatality. Exactly. So we're hoping for Hammer and Anvil here. A well-rolled one. For thematic reasons. That would push me back towards using Harbinger. I'd be okay with that, actually. Give me a little bit of ranged damage. I'd be pretty okay with that. Interestingly, something to keep in mind for Hammer and Anvil users, it does not function in at least one area. Drills Arena is one. I've not tested it extensively, so I don't know if there's other areas like that, but it just straight up doesn't spawn in Drills Arena. Or at least it didn't last time I checked this, a month ago, 2 months ago. Transistor. Every single time, Corn song in my head when I see that. Counterfeit. Want. Health adaptive on Trick Mirror is good, but shame it's not Chaos tiered. Bronco Buster would actually be good here. Not with that capacity part, that's shit. So many wards I'm thinking about for this build now. By the way, the push notification when you went live said that today is use day, made me smile. Hey, I'm glad. I always try to get at least a smile, a good vibe, or a chuckle out of you guys with the go live messages. It is the entirety of the reason why I was on time rather than 10 minutes early. I was sitting there trying to think of what's a funny I could put here. Instead I went for wholesome. So we tried a counterfeit today. Let's roll this body rune instead. They say lightning, that could be good. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. I feel like I'm going way too hard on elemental damage boosts at the moment. It's not part of a balanced breakfast. But I'm curious. Roll the counterfeit next. Use me day is more like it. Bonk. See, like, this Bronco Buster has way too much capacity. 1800, that just kind of makes it worse. You want a low capacity one. Low. Because then it'll be full more often. Oh, well, that was fast on that counterfeit. We can try that sooner than I anticipated. Let's burn more moon orbs. Roll the smithies, I guess. Roll the other one. Buster do except throwing it back? So it gives you a large HP bonus. Look at my HP, 4,500. Bronco Buster, 6,400. So it gives you that, but also it's got a built-in sort of brimming part. While the ward is full, you regen percentage of your max health constantly. And it's got a low capacity with a low delay and a high rate. So it is very high on uptime of being full, as long as you are not actively taking damage. And I can even roll an additional brimming part for more healing. Fine, I'm making breakfast. What you having, son? That's a chonky hammer throw. Hammer bug. I panicked too much because I knew Pigwort was about to take me down, so I was like, let me just get my hammer out there first. I'm trying to get soaked on him. He's too agile. There we go. There we go. Man, Pigwort the Invincible. Hi, Seno. How you doing? Hope you're well. Let's see how Lechance goes with this enchant swap. That's a big chunk. I like that. So ASA Lightning here seems like the play. We got ASA Ellie and ASA Lightning. So while we're throwing the hammer, that's 85% more lightning damage. There's Lurk. Enjoy your Lurk, Sora. Ooh, I like this. This dark magic is actually doing a good job at keeping me alive, too, from this plate mail. We might have stumbled into something really cool here. Forgot this thing has max HP. That's helping me tank a little bit. We might have stumbled into something really good. Improved my Live build, very happy with the results so far. I think there's still room for improvement. That's part of what keeps me playing this game. There's always room for improvement on any setup. And that process is immensely enjoyable to me. Morning, Raider. How you doing? Speed of Corn, first ever Lollapalooza announced in India. Can't wait for Music Fest again. I'm happy for you, Rohit. That's cool. Now I'm in a position where I'm just annoyed with all these things like TwitchCon San Diego, where they're just like, ah, fuck it, get COVID, die, we don't care. Like, I would love a return to form of me going to more things like, you know, live music, but people just don't seem to give enough of a shit to make that happen safely. Frustrating. Hey Chaos, how you doing? Actually shocked to see more people with masks here than in the US. I'd say it's a cultural thing for us. If you can even get to the convention, because airlines are a bit of a mess right now. I'm hoping that clears up, because, like, I don't travel often, but I would like to. A friend of mine was at Comic-Con San Diego, which was the last event there, and she said they were super good at precautions. Unfortunately, Pinky, Comic-Con is apparently head and shoulders above Twitch in terms of taking said precautions, because Twitch updated their guidelines for TwitchCon San Diego, saying that masks are not required, no testing is required. So, like, it's just gonna be a super spreader. Of not just COVID, but also monkeypox, which is something else the US is not taking seriously. You'd think a highly infectious disease that can make you go blind and or kill you would be like news, but it's not. USA. USA. If I need to farm a Buffmeister, just cast level to determine the strength or power of the droppers, only my loot luck. So your loot luck will affect the chances of getting a legendary. Your loot luck will not affect the chaos tier, if that's the question. Chaos level that you're on increases your loot luck. So you have higher loot luck simply by being on C50 than C49, for example. Literally going full Reagan, trying to blame it on the LGBT community. Oh, yep. That is the main byline. For anyone unaware, they're trying to, at least here in the US, frame monkeypox as quote-unquote a gay disease. Similar to how the US did under the Reagan administration. They blamed HIV entirely on gay men. When that's not at all how that works. Yeah, it's as deranged as it fucking sounds, and it's going to kill people. How can they even hope to make anyone believe that shit? Oh, because everything here in the US is a culture war. They blame infectious diseases on gay people, they blame mass shootings on trans people. That's how it works here. Never blame themselves, ever. Call us the best country in the world. Yeah, it's That is an accolade born of a lack of self-awareness, Gage. We do not deserve to be called that. That Bronco could be usable. Move to another country if I could. Oh, same. 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 It's always amusing when you hear something like, if you don't like it, leave. Like, I'd fucking love to. Give me money, and I will. I say lightning. Nice. Love living in the USA, political issues, love being an American. That's the thing, Raider. How long before that line muddies? Like, that's easy to say, and in a general sense, I want to believe that, but like, at least in 2022, it's right in the spotlight how the existence of people is being, like, called into question. Like, you're not allowed to openly exist here beyond being a very narrow slice of the population without someone lobbying for actual legislation to make you die. Whether directly or indirectly. Example, large slice of people here vote against making lynching a federal hate crime. Lynching is something that historically has, been used to target, I don't know, black people. There's entire states trying to forcibly medically detransition trans youth. There's an entire state where you cannot, in your workplace, if you work in the education system, say the word gay. For anyone in those categories, it's kind of fucking awful here. Not to say that opportunities are that much better elsewhere in the world, and those are the issues we deal with here. Morning, Appian Pizza. How you doing? Speaking of HIV, maybe you heard that some patients completely cured. Thanks, science. Science is badass. That's really good to hear. America's fucked up. Very true. The lesson in all this is just like, it's so much easier to not try to ruin other people's enjoyment or lives. Just like, don't be a dick as a life policy. Just don't do it. It is literally easier to not. Maybe politics need to stay out of it because LGBTQ people existing and deserving of rights shouldn't be political. Right, the existence of a person shouldn't be labeled as political. Because it's not. That's not what that means. Now, if you get to something like economics and shit, sure, that's political. But like, yeah, I could go on about that for a while. Recent 4th of July is just terrible. People celebrating freedom right after a lot of women lost rights for a few days prior. Yeah. Immediately following the biggest rollback of rights for women in the last 40 years in this country. 50 years. Split the difference. 40 something. Science good, math good. Very true. I wish it was still 1776. I don't think it's even something that, like, specific, J-Bridge. I know, slight hyperbolic statement, but, like, what it boils down to is some people cannot feel like they're winning in life unless they're making someone else lose. It is that simple. That is all it goes down to. An existence defined around scoring points against someone who believes differently than you do is a fucking empty one. And not even just believes differently, exists differently. Things like skin color aren't a belief. Oh, and I should absolutely touch on the whole reproductive autonomy thing. It is not just a women issue. I want to be very clear about that. Not all uterus havers are women. And even if you are not a uterus haver, shit still affects you. Statistically, someone you know has been impacted by that decision directly, or has, in the past, had to make that particular decision. Statistically, extremely likely. Welcome to today's political atmosphere. Yeah, it's a fucking shit show. Live in a small town, 4,000 folks or so, 40% African American, 30% Hispanic and Caucasian, others the rest. On daily grind as far as raising children, work, and I have no issues. We all work together to do business like one community. Not saying there are no issues between individuals, but in a whole, it works. I know personally a lot of negative experiences when I turn on TV. There's a kernel of truth there, yeah. Because negativity sells. Sensationalism. All that. Creating wedge issues and culture wars is how you drive ratings and engagement. So, you know, a lot of that happens. Happens in media, happens in politics. Yeah. I think that the vast majority of people on a person-to-person level just simply don't care enough to have any real animosity towards others. But there's a very, very loud group that do, and they weaponize everyone else. People think the abortion ruling isn't just a first step in further Christo-fascist takeover of your personal life. You're extremely naive. It's a big first step. I mean, they directly said ahead of that decision that they're going to look at other landmark decisions, such as same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, access to contraception. Like, totally unrelated shit. Fyodor. I'm just gonna reset. I don't feel like fighting Fyodor. Easiest thing to do is ignore politics. That's the thing. If you are in a position where you can do that, you are privileged. Not saying it's any particular kind of privilege, but if you live a life where you have that luxury, that is a privilege you have that not everyone does. Some people cannot afford to stick their head in the sand. Or say on contraception gongs they don't believe in it. Well, it's a damn fucking shame because this country does not have an official religion. It is not a theocracy, no matter how much people want it to be. Hot take, I blame religion more for all the shit, every asshole opinion, someone's quoting scripture of some kind. Now, that's not the concept of religion's fault. It does not change that religion's created as a concept of, as a tool of control, but that is not something I want to lay the blame, the feet of religious people for, because the vast majority of religious people just, it's just general tenets of living by kindness and shit like that, and it's not harmful. It's people who weaponize that shit. I'm not a religious person, but I just want to make clear that I don't blame the concept of religion entirely. Just blame people piggybacking off of that. Institutions? That's more fair. Yeah. Secularism is established and ends up swaying one way. Sad, but seems to be the norm. Doesn't have to be, though. Doesn't have to be. And it gets easier for pseudo-theocratic forms of governance to take root when people stop giving a shit. When people think it's inevitable is when, it becomes inevitable. Everything about original side, worst thing is the power it gives to some people to rule and control others. It is fundamentally placing power in the hands of people who do not believe the shit they're saying. With those institutional things, example, look at all of the many abuses of the Catholic Church. They do not reflect the street level, so to speak, beliefs of people who subscribe to that ideology, but the institution itself is corrupt as fuck. Crossbows that is a scalawag. Looks like this. Reason why scalawag's good is because it can get a 25% blade, and it can have melee crossbolts here. It can also get ×2 while still having that blade, so it can apply those crossbolts quickly. It can roll in any element, so I'm using a fire one to keep uptime on awe. That was pretty good. Skip with hammer? Yeah, that was satisfying, Flip. Understood why we've always been okay with the phrase politicians always lie, because generalizations are easier than accepting nuance. Like, okay, that's fine, but they shouldn't be making laws for people who don't like lying. See, that's the thing. That's what happens when you create a system where they pay and police themselves. US politicians pay and police themselves. They set their own pay. They decide their vacations. They are their own oversight. That's why nothing changes in that sphere. I forget which state it was. I was reading about this 3-4 days ago. Maybe someone has more precise info. There was some legislation that was just blocked to prevent lying in political ads. I don't recall where exactly this was, but yeah, there was a law proposed to say, hey, you can't lie in campaign ads. And it was blocked. So what you were saying, Roddy, reminded me of that. Two-party system doesn't give any consequence for being ineffective or deceptive. Yeah. The literal first president of the United States said that that would happen. Guess what? It did. It's not governance, it's team sports. Morning, Snowspawn. How you doing? Grew up with religion, parents and families shoved it down our throats, quickly realized that the biggest hypocrites are in the congregation, institutions corrupt, and it's run by man. Like I said, I hate to apply that to people in general on a big scale, but applied to an institution, yeah. Absolutely, there is empirical evidence of that. Meter doesn't help at all. It doesn't. You are correct. Another thing about the two-party system in the US is if you look at the actual positions of the two parties, you know, in the middle, throughout the far left, far right, our right is like absolutely batshit, and our left is the rest of the world's right. It's just not, it's not good here. Because neither of those positions reflect your average human. It takes multiple years for laws to show the effects. Usually it's the other term that takes the blame or praise for something the other party did. Yeah, and that ties into the media thing we're discussing, because that's not something that gets covered enough. For example, a lot of the economic shit that's happening right now, COVID-related or, you know, other world events related or not, is completely independent of which ruling party is in power here. Like, it's not current administration, it's not the last administration's fault, and it's just shit happens over time. But it's nice to say what kind of spell science. We were messing around with laser hand and inflammation a bit earlier, Amber. We switched to some clawbringer sciencing since then. We're trying out different wards and different armors. It's going well. It's going well. Anything left of openly machine gunning down the homeless is considered far left here. Ugh. How about that guy running for office over in California who wants to criminalize homelessness? How about that? Yeah, Brendan, it's fucking gross. It's upsetting? Yeah. People are homeless because they want to. Doesn't stop it from being a, say it with me, culture war issue. Because that's all the political right here in the US has. They do not campaign on policy, they campaign on ostracizing a particular group of people. And depending on the location, depending on the particular issue that they want to run on, it'll change to a different group. Homeless people, black people, women, trans people, gay people, immigrants. There's always a target. Never a policy. At this point, I'm just gonna believe that America's real and how much awful shit's going on there. Better for your mental health. Yeah, never at all, Irish. What's the worst that could happen? More meetings lurk time. I was gonna say enjoy meetings, Dex, but survive meetings. Ascended quaking eruption. Why is that damage so low? Ah, repeating. Repeating. Okay. I was like, ooh, maybe I could use... Nope. Meetings can step on Legos. Real. Suffer as little as you can from the meetings. One doesn't simply enjoy meetings, right? I forgot. It's not bad. So, this enchant is the one that I'm, like, waffling on now. Let me look at the formula doc, actually. Stop using those dividing words against each other and they lose power and politicians use them. Exactly, that's why they continue to foment that sort of environment. Because they don't have to campaign on policy if they perpetuate culture war. Turn the people against each other, make them vote out of fear rather than, you know, the well-being of themselves and others, and they don't have to actually do their jobs. You're absolutely right, Doc. Looking at the melee formula right now. So Storm Dragon Judgment is actually conditional. I can get rid of that. And go for Consec instead. That'll be a lot more damage. Cool, let's roll that. Even one hit of this will prove to be more damage after I've, stacked it. Gonna miss these fun chats when I start a new job next week. Hey, there's always the VODs channel, and at some point this month, everyone will be able to catch me, because I am still doing that 24-hour stream, by the way. That's still happening. That will be this month, August. Consec melee enchant is good, and I should look out for that? Yeah. It's arguably the most impactful melee weapon enchant in the game. An argument with half-bred, half-Nebraskan during my master's, said immigrants to leave because they're taking up. Well, yeah, not a rational human being there. I get my SSD properly set up so I can reinstall Wonderlands, got my brain juices flowing. Hey, when you get the itch, yeah, definitely obey it. I really like this Bronco Buster. Like, I don't have much effective HP right now, but I heal what I do have pretty quickly. And that's nice. Again, Thermal, I wouldn't, like, associate that viewpoint with that kind of group, because it is not a religion-related thing. It's a political spectrum thing. But I get what you're saying, and yeah, I agree. People wire my apartment and put in half my unit on the same breaker. It's connected to the rest of the units in the building. I don't know how exactly every one of my buildings lost power 2 days ago, only in half their units. How does that work? Oh yeah, playmail might be a little detrimental on Vorkanar. Actually, lightning on armor is a poor matchup. Dark magic's more favorable there. Might be fine. Vorkanar's always been a tank. Yeah, just large HP value, which I think is fair, because you have full uptime on Vorkanar, and the attacks are very easily avoided. So it's like a good trade-off. Like, he's not difficult, but you're gonna be here a while, and you do need to pay attention, because that homing attack, that's the one that gets people. If you ever died of Vorkanar, chances are it was that. Because even when he hits you with other stuff like that spin, it doesn't really do much. How to farm salt and battery weapons on other characters. What should I look out for on my melee character? Wailing Banshees, maybe Twin Souls and pickaxes. Yeah, Wailing Banshee, Twin Soul, pickaxe, salt and battery, and Spellblade, I would say, are like the top 5 melee weapons in the game. So any of those can be made to be like tippity top tier. I would say if you had to pick like a best, Assault and Battery for actual swinging was just peak. But for example, Banshee and Spellblade are competing for optimal Dreadwind and Executioner's Blade. For optimal Ghostblade, you've got pickaxes in the mix, Snake Stick, even Twin Soul probably has an argument. It really depends on what kind of melee you're doing. Once having everything like Chaos Sign is hilarious. It's addictive, yeah. That power will start to taper off, but it's nice to enjoy while you have it. Or I died to Vorkus because I stopped moving for too long. The massive stack home and projectiles hit me all at once. That's usually what gets me too, yeah. Making a wrong turn. Fyodor again, huh? I just don't feel like dealing with Fyodor today. So, keep resetting that. Gotta run, much life to all. Have a good one, Doc. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting as well. Some people need to lightly suffer. Just mild inconvenience. That's all. I make it a habit to not wish actual, like, misfortune on people, because, you know, that's how you become those people. But I do wish mild inconvenience upon people frequently. Rather be hit by a bus than step on Legos? No. Stop it. No bus. So this Diamond Gauntlets is actually cracked. I was gonna look away, but then I actually looked at it more. It's Ascended with 2 in Blast Gasp. It's fire damage. It rolled spell damage. I can use this. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? No damn well some people can't handle mild inconvenience either, Quack. I know. It'll have them... Like, it serves 2 purposes because of that, J-Bridge. Some people, and this goes back to something I always say, people show who they are when they're mildly inconvenienced. So it gives them an opportunity to self-report on their shittiness, and everyone else can see it. Stop giving people the finger while driving does nothing but anger both people, and now instead just give people thumbs down if they're driving like an idiot. I think that's a much better effect. Not to mention, Shay, like, you don't know if the person that you're interacting with in that instance is fucking crazy. Like, people have had guns and shit pulled on them for flipping people off in traffic. It's just never worth the risk. One of my only issues with Wonderlands is the Chaos Climb. I feel like it's similar to OP levels, minus the needing to regear every level, just so tedious to go through. But that's the thing, it's not at all similar to OP levels, because there's no content locked behind a particular level, and your gear is never invalidated. It is completely elective. If you don't want to do the Chaos Climb, you can simply just not. You have access to everything you still want to mess around with. Plus, in terms of actively playing, there's no real difference between doing a regular run and a Chaos Trial, other than the Chaos Trial being fixed, because let's say you were gonna skip to Chaos 50 and do 30 runs across a week. Well, how is that different from doing the 30 runs to get to Chaos 50? Because you can get, like, all the same gear in the process. You get the same gameplay. You still gear up. It's not obligatory. It is a bit tedious to go through, but when I don't feel like doing it, I just don't. One tap Celicia yesterday is fantastic. It's so satisfying, isn't it? When you just skip her second phase. Between my Corrupted Plate Mail and her Lightning Resist, it's a little difficult to get that going on this build right now. I'm making optimizations. We'll get back to that point. Did I go down at all during that? Don't think so. This is really, really good. Like, and this could be better. I could have another brimming part here. That's really good. Most of the time I see people break traffic rules, kind of hope they get lightly, not enough to cause permanent damage, just so they've learned why those rules are there. I don't, because remember, there's another party involved in a collision, right? Like, if they're getting hit, then someone else is involved, and that could negatively impact them without them having done anything wrong. Like, I'm done or not, still satisfied at the end. It just feels very tanky. It's not through raw buffer, it's just I'm constantly healing. Like, hit me. Ah, well, bad showing there. Maybe it doesn't apply to when I intentionally take hits. But between the Dark Magic and the Bronco, I'm just kind of, like, healing a lot. That's without the Desperate Enchant, too. Although I don't want to go back to not having this damage, because this damage increase has been super nice. I guess it's just a good example that it wouldn't take much in the way of ward balancing to really get people using things other than Body Rune, because there's some really good options. Flame is very good for healing. Yeah, it's surprising me consistently. Like, I'm definitely noticing that I'm doing less damage, but I think I'm okay with that for this healing. That's a good dot. That was a real good dot. That was satisfying. So bonus DM healing is messed up like melee and spell. Isn't messed up like melee and spell. So Stone Swan just said bonus element dark magic for dots is good. So that's good. And that's where most of this is coming from. So, yeah. That's probably why, yeah, dot dark magic healing. If you apply enough dots, that would make sense why Lazy's enjoying dark magic salt and battery so much. Because, apply a lot of dots. And the Dagger Storm itself, just, even if it's not healing much per or doing much towards threshold, it's just happening so many times and there's so much overkill damage. Hey, EL and Per, thank you for the 8 months with the 5 streak. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So, like, dark magic on spells directly is, like, still fucked. There it is.
1 more month for a baby.
1 more month indeed. So yeah, dark magic on spells is still, like, if you're using a dark magic spell, you're not directly going to heal much off of it. But as soon as you introduce dots and bonus elements, with any kind of dark magic, it'll do better. So I always hope they get pulled over. Yeah, Roddy, yeah. If we get a multi-projectile smithies, that'd be really cool. Spells that leave splats have a lot of instances of damage. Maybe I'll check those out for healing purposes. I've wanted to use the splat spells for a while. That could really help their versatility. I really need to do inventory management. Because, yeah. That's a good ice spike. Not good enough to pick up, though. The bots themselves cannot heal you bonus elements of their own damage instance on dots, and there's ways to deal enough consistent damage with melee to see some healing out of it. This isn't all completely confirmed. Yeah, it's more complex than our initial findings. Testing is ongoing. Love to hear it. Dark magic has been a tough nut to crack. But glad to have people like Stone Swan working on it. This weekend I'm just gonna make some alts just for gear, so it's nice and clean before we get DLC 4. I have to, like, clean out some mules, because I have mules with gear that's just not relevant anymore. Like, well-rolled chaotics are still probably gonna lose out to okay-rolled ascendeds, you know? It's not in my best interest to hold on to some of that stuff. Why do I have so many tiebreakers? Get rid of that one at least. Counterfeit doesn't get the prefix of the enchant. Huh, you're right. That's interesting. Got my laser hand build down to 3 pieces of gear in the backpack, so satisfying. I could never. That's interesting. I really want to roll Consec on this Spellblade now. So what if we just, like, took altars to make this as fast as possible? Just to get the moon orbs. Trust in magic with Bronco just does not seem like a good idea. Yet we're doing it. Melda enters the chat, you stop it. A lot of working hard today? Yeah. Still waiting for Chums to, like, speak to me. Apparently Chums and I are on bad terms and I didn't know about it. Just for Roddy to change name to Imelda Fan 1. Signed. Still want to use Blue Cake for melee build for the shitpost, because it has a blade on it. Crit Connoisseur and 2 altars. Shit should go down real easy. Melda's little helper. Last rites melee build. I like it. She doubled. She doesn't do that often. I honestly forgot she could. That was a good hit. Really dislike when she goes in the corner like that. It does make it a little bit awkward, doesn't it? Really limits your ability to move around. Morning, Manigeek. How you doing? Ascended Amnesia, but the stat rules are spell crit chance, ability crit chance, and companion damage for Burklaw. Ooh. Yeah, the ability crit chance is not ideal. Spell crit's good though. Maybe. Companion damage, not really. Hey, E. Alan Bird, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Means a lot. Big open arena and she hugs the wall. Who do you think she is? Me fighting Badassosaurus? For real. Hey, enjoy the 1K bits badge. You got that Quag Ball emote. Any Quag Ballers in the chat? Do we have any Quag Ball gamers? Just got back in from a walk to Starbucks to get breakfast. Nearly a mile in. Nice. Yeah, it's about a mile round trip to the grocery store that I usually go to. So I try to go as often as I can. Missed the hammer throw. Oh no. Sells for 60k, that's something. We got several Quag Ballers. Love to see it. In Seattle, so I trip in Starbucks no matter where I go. I like Seattle. It's a cool city. Ludicrously expensive to live there. So like, no. But, I like the city. Ever since the pandemic's gotten a lot less safe. I find it difficult to find an area that doesn't apply to, sadly. Even ones I like. I have delicious food here, it's too easy to access, and you have the challenge of doing a lot of work to get mediocre things instead. What has the LAN series done to me? Oh no. He's become a true gamer. It's got a God Roll Companion Ring, Ascended Championship Ring with Companion Damage, Companion Crit Chance, and Companion Damage, Companion Crit Damage, and Companion Crit Chance. That's really good. On a Championship Ring as well, Mr. I'm So Smart? That's like actually, yeah. I hesitate to call things God Roll, but I think that qualifies. That's like really good. You ever gonna do a Wyvern build? Definitely slap that on. That's really good. Borderlands Theorycraft and Brains working on some stuff for Warframe. Think I'm gonna come up with a build that can passively damage nearby enemies considerably while also being infinitely sustainable for minimum effort. Does sound like a Borderlands way to build, yeah. Seattle's great. I live just outside the city though. Probably the more efficient way, you know, obviously, given having the choice. Not a sports person, me either, Pinky. Oh, and as a Sharks main with gun damage, better than Chaotic, over 300k crystals into the Ring Bunny, no upgrade yet. I have not seen a Sharks main drop in my game in a month now. And I double checked that I've completed chums on the characters I've been playing. I've done at least Form 1 on like 4 of my 6 C50 saves. And I just don't get DLC 1 items. Wait, that's the Smithies are. Hang on, out of the parts. Crit parts. It's primordial though, so that's more damage. It's got a cooldown at least. Lose the radius, but like that's more damage and better cooldown. Alright. Take it. Ascended Cube with spell damage. If Cube could get over 4,000 damage now, with 20% crit chance, 8-second cooldown, hang on, that's cracked. What? That's not even good parts on the cube, and it's just that good now. They stealth fix Form 1 dropping all the stuff into the pool? No, because I got a Divergent earlier today. I saw one. I saw it. I seen it. That's just rude. That's such a good enchant, but like... I could do that, and that would let me change up my gun? Let's just roll this one out and see how it ends up. That crit chance could be nice. It's a big damage loss, though. Have to restructure some enchants. The status duration one. I did want this. Status damage and status duration. Now, that's not a huge value. We already do have potent poisons, but, like, that's really good. I'll take it for now. Keep rolling. How do you mute for a while? Need to let you know that you're awesome. That's all. Not back to sitting on Zoom meetings. Doom meetings. Different thing. Different thing. Thanks, Foster. Appreciate you. I imagine you want to turn Zoom meetings into Doom meetings. But probably wouldn't be in your best interest to do so. Yeah, that higher base damage from the other smithies would probably one-shot that enemy. So that's a tangible difference. So you don't have any meaningful information whatsoever on this topic. I think that makes this first perfect time for a typical Lands fan to start this hashtag buff play caller. Let's just not do that. Even though it's a shitpost, someone's gonna run with that as soon as Blight Caller releases, and I don't need that headache in advance. As soon as the mad part of the name comes. This is your fault, Roddy. Waifu alert. Whose waifu is this? Yeah, that just doesn't hit. Cool. What if I try... No. Ow. Please, just, like, come over here. Melda, what the fuck? She ain't moving. She ain't moving. Why am I even putting up with this? So did she hear us complaining about her teleporting too much and just decide, okay, I'm not gonna do it at all now? Hey, there we go. Noxious Spawns is good, Rohit, yeah. Any sandwich enthusiasts? You see the sparkle of joy in Quag's eyes? Yeah, totally. Burst stab of amnesia with max ward, melee damage, and move speed. Not chaotic. Oof. Why doesn't Imelda have sand-based powers? Because I don't like sand. Mind if I share the underlying concept behind the Warframe build and thought of? Sure, I can't promise to know anything you're talking about, but if you want to, yeah. Wow, my dark magic healing actually tanked most of that. That was pretty good. Sandwich? I think you really needed that? Or are you that destroyed by me leaving her behind, Roddy? Leaving Imelda unsatisfied, as she does to us all the time. So was she actually just broken on the run? She just didn't teleport until I got her to teleport once, and then she, like, blinked immediately out of the throw of the hammer, then went right back. It was, like, the most toxic shit. Imelda is an AI, an actual AI they programmed to torment me. There's no other explanation. connoisseur. Yes, please. More Vorkanar. Maybe I should start keeping track of, like, my boss tallies, because this is very weird. More Kanar. See, more Divergent. That's DLC 1. So, DLC 1 stuff is dropping for me, it's just I never get chums. Or the other DLC 1 gear. And it's so satisfying to see these throws apply big dots like that. I know this, the gameplay of this particular build might not look more Solissa, might not look incredibly active, but it's a lot of positioning and managing buff timers. I like how hands-on it is. Salt and Battery, Dagger Storm, Wipe Center Crystal. Salt and Battery is so crazy. Hopes are that I can get shield lifesteal from E-Ward to sustain myself while damaging nearby enemies. Yeah, I don't know what E-Ward is. Like I said, I'm not going to know what you're talking about, but feel free. Man, Boss Run is just so nice. It's like a bite-sized piece of content. You know, anywhere from 2 to like 10 minutes, depending on bosses and how well you do. But you still get a good chunk of crystals, you get a new pull of the vendors. It's just fun. Hey, Epic, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Chat, if you're not following Fishman, do the thing. Follow the Fishman. He's playing lots of stuff. He's working on BL3 Redux stuff. He's doing Borderlands 2 content, doing No Man's Sky content, doing lots and lots of cool stuff and things. Do the thing. Today, for those of you just joining, we're throwing hammers as Clawbringer, and we're trying out different wards. I'm kind of tired of using Body Rune on builds, so I'm trying out different things. And Bronco Buster's been pretty nice. You get a little heal while it's full. And because it's like a Band of Sidorak or a Cracked Sash, depending on which Borderlands equivalent you're familiar with, it stays full pretty often. There's the alert. And we're trying out Dark Magic Healing from a Corrupted Plate Mail as well. It's going well so far. Ooh. This Tyrant's Truth is really trying. So like this was close to what I want. If this had been melee on the bottom, and then if the passives hadn't been like terrible, I would have used this. I'm still gonna pick it up so I can look at it and cry. But it tried. Joined at the perfect time. Hey Slushy, how you doing? Got a good hammer and anvil yet? Not yet, Rune. I'm working on that right now. I was playing Borderlands 2, and I have to tell you, Quadra, as a long-time Dick Rider BL2, I have no idea how anyone could possibly defend Vora. I love the idea of Invincibles believe they're great amounts of fun. Rather swallow forks than fight Vora. What a dreadful boss. I'm a masochist, so Veracitus, I'll be like, yeah, sure, fuck me up, fam. But I fully acknowledge that that's probably me just being weird. Like, I don't hate Fyodor, I don't love seeing Fyodor, but I don't hate Fyodor. Same kind of energy there. Post it in the Discord. Yeah, just put it in the Discord, still spawn. I'll try and properly digest it later. As a Pimp Ahab user, I think Vora is easy one tap. Cheech. Balance. See, the true build diversity there is which weapons you're gonna transfer the properties of to your Pimpernel on Salvador. It's all the endgame build diversity you need. But I hope stream went well. Epic, thanks for bringing the people over here to see some clawbringer nonsense. Hey Kat, good to see you. How you doing? A really good Epic Armor Slay in C50. Its Ascendance is pretty good. Yeah, I've got a purple ring on right now because it's Ascended, and I'm not gonna find a better legendary than this. It's had plenty of build diversity if you count all the builds Vora clipped in 5 seconds. New claw build are old. This is the hammer throw one I've been messing around with. I'm doing spell blade stuff, but we're trying out plate mail. And this is a hammer dot build. You've explored this concept, and a bunch of other people have as well. But I'm using things like melee crossbolts. I'm using the Smithy's Ire spell, so I get even more hammers. And using soaked and all sorts of fun stuff. And we're trying to get super chonky hammer throws. We've got a few notable things. We can take out Wastard in one hammer throw. At least his first phase. And that's a good time. I'm just trying to refine the enchants and stuff. I really want to get the Consec Swing enchant on this, because that'll be just an extra layer of damage formula. It's in a different category. But enchant RNG is hell. So that's an uphill battle. Common Claw W, real. Throwing hammer is my new favorite thing, to be honest. It's just addictive. Hammer throwing super satisfying when they land hard. Another big thing about it is the sound design on these hammer throws. Just listen to this. Maybe it's me nerding out about this more than usual because I have earbuds that actually work now. I had to replace them on Saturday stream. But like the weight of that impact, it's just neuron activation every single time. It sounds like they hit hard. Yeah. That's something that these games are really consistently good at. Just sound design is. There's very few sounds that I'm like. Can't wait to play Blight Caller just to multi-class into Claw and use Hammer. But then you don't got Alchemical Agent, and like, Alchemical Agent's my whole personality at this point. Yo, we got it. It's okay. Epic brought over the streamer luck. Cat brought the streamer luck too. Well, let's shout out the people responsible for this hell ending. Again, follow Epic if you're not. Change that. Change that. Do the thing. Click the button. Do the thing. Follow the homie. And follow Kat as well. She's wonderful. Another awesome content creator who absolutely deserves your time and attention. I like the sound you retrieve it. It really sounds like you're catching something heavy, Horseman. I like it. Love the homie support. Wrong emote. Nah, you're just toxic, Slushy. We see who you are. Spore run over in the corner looking their cool bow and lamenting how lame the skill is. Please, we need some love for Barrage. We need that. Barrage deserves to just not be what it is. Hey, Good Wolf, how are you? Would I follow the homie a second time it unfollows? I don't know. I don't know what to do with that information. You've shattered my entire thing that I was doing. Okay, so we should be looking at some significantly higher damage here. Ooh, the consec on that swing feels nice. Hey, Pigwort! Cool. Yeah, that's a good throw. That's a good throw. Burn through down to the bottom bar. That was good. Scared of Blight Color Claw multi-class, I think it's gonna be mean. Yeah, I really want it to be. Something I'm worried about, though, is every time they try to ascribe, like, an elemental theme to a character. Hey, Raging American. What am I guessing? What's happening? How you doing? Hey, Graz. How are you? It's like, they're like, hey, this character does this element, but, like, Clawbringer's better at all of them. Like, Graveborn is the dark magic character. Yeah, Dragonora's better. Berserker is the Frost character. Yeah, Dragonora is still better. So, if Blight Color has, like, a poison bonus, it's like, okay, but, like, Dragonora still exists, though. Or it'll be Purple Tree too. I certainly hope it's not. The main thing I want from Blight Collar is I want it to be mechanically different. Like, I'd be okay with it if it was, like, relatively weak compared to the other classes. But I want it to play differently. I don't want it to just be more of the same. Working class citizen now, I have job. Let's fucking go. Good shit. Good for you. That's a huge hill to get over. Fucking proud of you, Raging American. Good shit. Have we got any looks at skill trees or abilities yet? No. We know that it'll be coming up on the next Wondercast, which is in 9 days, August 11th. So I gotta remember to swing at least once, like, right before I throw, to make sure I have some amount of contact. Yeah, there we go. That's a good hit. Hey Malcast, how you doing? Been a while since I caught a stream. Has this game compared to BO3 now? It's been out for a while, worth a buy. Depends on what you like. So if you like build crafting, then yeah, this game's absolutely worth it. If you like dungeon crawling, like, if you've ever wanted Borderlands-style gameplay in a Diablo-style endgame, this game does that. There's less game here than BL3. It's a more narrow in what you're doing, but since I'm a build crafting guy, that's more than enough to keep me occupied. There's less in the way of story-focused content, so if that's your jam, maybe wait for a sale. We're just waiting on the release of the 4th DLC, which is coming soon, which will have a 7th character class, and another mirror, which are like mini sort of somewhere between Headhunter and like I'm gonna say the word. I'm gonna say the T word. Somewhere between Headhunter and Takedown style content drops. So excited, I can't wait. Yeah, the hype for Blight Caller is real. Jaybridge really wants those feet pics of the class feet. Does bonus shock damage from Slip and Stun apply to Ghostblade? No. That bonus is just on your next swing. Your next successful swing. Feet picks? No, Gelboy. Feet. F-E-A-T. You know, class feet. Each class has a feat. Jaybridge would like pics of the Blight Caller's feet. Tabo has a feat? That's toxic. It's trying. It's not succeeding, but it's trying. Hope the class feed's good. Spell Shot, Berserker, great. The rest of the feeds are a little underwhelming. If only the pets had cool passives that came with them, like how Flag had for different pets. Yeah. Hope we get a large DLC story things. I don't like the mirror thing. Wait for all forward release before I start playing a lot more. Personally, I'm not really that invested in story stuff. Like, BO3 had a wide, like, catalog of story content, and I didn't revisit most of it. In my over 6,000 hours with that game, I personally just never really spent too much time redoing the story stuff, because it just didn't have much meat gameplay-wise for me. So, I don't really miss that, but that's just my preference. I think it's important to note that there is a storyline connecting the four mirrors together. That is story content. It is presented slightly differently than usually, but there is a storyline there. But I don't think it would be a bad thing if they did do a story-focused content drop at some point. We just know that that will not be in the season pass. So it would have to be a later thing if they decided to do that. When we eventually make a build doc, we should call it Wiki Feet. How dare you have such a good idea that's gonna get me in so much trouble? Speed of hype, I'm hyped for tomorrow's Pokemon Direct. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. I'm definitely gonna try to watch that. I missed. That's awkward. Weird, I don't really mind no story stuff in Wonderlands, fictional universe than a fictional universe. I care more about the main Borderlands story. I don't think that's an unpopular stance, Delboy. Personally, even in the main games, I'm just more focused on the gameplay. Like, the build crafting is what keeps me interested in these games. So, like, as long as I get some of that, I'm kind of happy. I'm just kind of content. I can do what they want with the story on the side. I just like having my build sandbox. That's just how I operate. Why do you have 1 terabyte folder of feet? Research. It's for work. Why no Tannis riding fish Easter egg? Well, because Tannis isn't in this game. It's not Borderlands. Same reason we don't have, like, vaults. You know? Simply not within the scope of what the game's covering. That's something that I would be distressed if there was no Tannis riding a fish in a game they explicitly labeled Borderlands that had, you know, Tannis as a character in it. But for Wonderlands, I'm like, whatever, she's not even in the game. So I don't overly care. So this is tricky here, because I need to balance keeping my Consec Swings enchant up without dying to my lack of intelligence. There we go, that was a good hit. Completely support a wave-based endgame activity like a Slaughter Arena? Absolutely. Slaughters, takedowns, I would love those to be added. If they didn't go story DLC as retaining scheduling voice talent again would be difficult. Counterpoint to that, Vesper has story content associated and is different voice talent. So they don't necessarily need to use the celebrity talent they grabbed for the main game for story content. They could just do other stuff. Hey, Horseman. Thank you so much for the Prime. 6 months with a 2 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Good Wolf, thanks for taking care of Cat. 78 in the channel. Means the world. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you. You guys are super generous. I appreciate it. Takedown doesn't sound very fantasy-ish. You could call it something else. You could rework the naming convention as necessary. I'm surprised there's no dirty solicit comments. It's because we're all mature adults here, right? Maturity. I mean, the mirrors haven't been perfect with plenty of flaws. I'm okay with them experimenting. Yeah, sometimes, as they openly said on the Wondercast, sometimes they try things and they just don't work well. But we wouldn't have half the cool stuff we have in, like, the modern games without experimentation. Think of how much TPS 3 and Wonderlands pushed the envelope in various areas. Like, TPS pushed character skill tree design balls to the wall beyond what they'd done before, with the exception of Krieg, who's a fucking masterpiece. But beyond Krieg, TPS was, like, the first one to be like, hey, what if we actually just were creative here? And then BL3, you had content design and item diversity was pushed. And in Wonderlands, you have them just trying lots of weird stuff and seeing what sticks. I think the dust is going to have to settle a little bit before we decide what really worked for a majority of people and what didn't. But the process of experimentation is, like, an important thing to include, right? At least in my view. According to what you said about the direction this game's taken, when you say the main Borderlands audience is build crafters, farmers, a more casual audience. I'd say always the more casual audience is the bigger slice of the pie. Like, look at how many people play these games just for story, who never touch endgame at all, who never do a second playthrough even, who have no real investment the way those of us here discussing the game do. The vast majority of people who buy the game just play through it once, and maybe they'll revisit it in a couple years for couch co-op. That's it. So those are always the biggest slice. In terms of the remaining concurrent base that's still actively consuming the game every day, I'd say those are the people who enjoy the endgame content, for the most part. That's just kind of how this game's been set up. It's crazy how we like games for different reasons, and there's reasons within those reasons. Sound basic, it's still cool to me. Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't mind experimental risk taking. If nothing changes, then nothing changes. Obvious, I know. If we only ever got the same thing every time, nothing would feel or be new. May or may not love new things that come out. I can always see and appreciate that they're taking risks doing new stuff and taking an evolving formula. Yeah, if they didn't try new things, we wouldn't have most of the stuff that we consider integral to these games. I mean, a big example of that is, I don't think it's a stretch to say Borderlands 2 is the most known of the games. But remember that that game itself is a sequel. And that it took risks, it expanded, it innovated. Games that go beyond that have to do the same thing. and it doesn't always work. If we never experimented, no game would ever feel new. Exactly. And experimentation is gonna require patience. You know, we need to see what they're doing and get the complete picture before writing stuff off, or maybe even never writing stuff off, just acknowledge it as different. Hammer and Anvil, but not a good one. Experimented with colors in BL2 and did great for that game. What do you mean colors? Like the art style? Rather developers not make the same game twice. Like this game isn't BL3 too. Yeah, BL3 is still like my favorite Gearbox game. But I do want to have something different available. Like I went back and played some BL3 last night for the first time in 4 months, and I had a blast. Absolutely loved it. It felt like coming home. But I'm glad that this game's different. Makes a good Hammer and Anvil. I want a better Chaos tier, is the main thing, Rodney. I saw non-chaotic, and I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna look at that in detail. Art style colors? Yeah, definitely Gelboy. Double laser hand +3 in high thread count because Buzz Stallion buffed it. I'm already sorry to what boss I'll run into. I'm sorry for them too. I'm sure I'll feel it. Never gotten to UVHM or OP10 in BL2. I find the majority of people who enjoy BL2 don't push the higher OP levels because balancing reasons. That game was before the pseudo live service model offered by BL3 where they were fine-tuning things. So like we never got an OP 2.0 the way Mayhem levels got several adjustments to make Mayhem 2.0 less distressing. Imagine the next Doom game is going to be different from Eternal, and that's awesome. How are they going to expand on all the things that Eternal did? Like, Eternal was a model for taking something and having it feel familiar, but making it completely new. That's the kind of thing that excites me. Have to do a roll-in playthrough. Maybe do playthrough 2, if I can remember which Claptrap offer SDU in part 2. I've never finished a roll-in playthrough, now that I think about it. We didn't have M11 right away? No, we didn't. M11 was several months after 2.0. If M11 had come earlier, I think people would have felt a little bit better about 2.0, but that's the point. Patience. Patience. No experimenting, we just have Pong remastered the remake in 4D part 2. Actually, me with BL2 played through once, me and a few buddies pick it up, we never get farther than killing Flint, because fuck around loads and drop the game for a year. So yeah, I think the majority of people who consume games are like that. You can see that with things like achievement metrics. You can see games where like 60% of players kill the final boss in the story in most games. And people just don't consume it for long. Any game. So a player drop-off is not really a reliable metric because of that. Hugo Martin was saying Eternal's like operating a racing car, so he wants the Slayer in the next game to play like a monster truck. That's exciting. That just sounds exciting. Why is my first instinct there is that, like, more melee stuff, yay! But it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. 2 years after release, got my PC. It did Borderlands 3 profile for PC. Only like 1.6% of the players achieved completing all main side quests. Yeah, it's the majority of people do not invest as much time as those of us who actively interact with the community do. Simply how consumption of video games works. Love Doom 2016 and Eternals, whatever they do next, I'm in. Yeah, you can like very different approaches for different reasons. Liking two things at once just means you have more things you can love. Getting some food, BRB lurk, sounds good, cat. I should eat food. I haven't done that today. I think I recalled my hammer too soon just now. Honestly, I'm better off just swinging my Spellblade here. Like, I could probably afford to just go down and swing the Spellblade through it anyway. It's likely more optimal. I, for one, didn't care to pick up Doom Eternal since it looked like the combat got more gimmicky and cared too much about telling a story. It did have a lot of storytelling. I wouldn't call the combat gimmicky, but they definitely went out of their way to add more layers. Like, by the time you get to, like, the later game stuff, you're just juggling a lot more stuff. You don't necessarily need to use all of it, but it's there. Something I remember not being well received was, we try to push you towards using more, like, a wider variety of stuff with the less accessible ammo. I don't personally mind that much, but I know some people did. I'd fight LeChance, good lord have mercy with him. Sorry, LeChance. It's nothing personal. Gage doesn't mean it. You're still our friend. #1 in our hearts. Doom Eternal 2, everyone is Marauders. Even the player. Backflipping as Doomslayer and run around on all fours. Yeah, what if it's like wall running, like, in a more pervasive sense, if that makes sense. Like that kind of movement. Use an Ascended Hammer and Anvil, 25% capacity, so that's 14k capacity. Ooh, sounds good. You really want to push players to do a certain style. If you didn't like it, you probably never will, but if you do, oh man, is it godlike. Yeah, different approaches for different players. And I personally, just as a concept, always welcome innovation. Like, that's always going to be something I lean to. I'm a big believer in trying stuff out. So I'm surviving pretty well. The question is, with this, if I need the Bronco, or if I can... I think Hammer and Anvil's still the play. Because it's just another outlet of damage. Like, if I get hit with that, it's going to cause damage. And that can trigger alchemical and all that stuff, benefits from all my formula. Sorry, the chance it had to be done. It didn't. You didn't have to do them like that. Want another Jedi Knight, but set in the Old Republic era? Sounds fun. Oh, we almost full skipped. We almost full skipped. I forgive your Gearbox for not putting the chance in the pry post. Oh, did they not? Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. That one's for LeChance. KOTOR remake was our best chance. It's not looking good. Yeah, how bad was that? So, like, the story apparently is they made a slice of the game, just like a little bit, pre-alpha type shit, to just show, like, hey, this is what we're working on. And it was so bad that, like, the director of the game just got fired. Like, How bad was that? They missed that chance. Never change, Pinky. Never change. Which game we be talking about here? Several. Most recently, we were talking about this game. Hey, loading screen. How are you? Take the crystals one. Hopefully have better chance at a hammer and anvil with more crystals. Maybe I'll remember to put my loot lock on before we hit the bunny. Now they're putting out different high-quality Star Wars games again. Who knows what we'll get. KOTOR Remastered would be nice. Still interested in new content. I hope Jedi Survivor is good. Because I really did enjoy Fallen Order. I want them to just expand on that game, make it feel, like, huge. Hit rank 480, time to self-cap myself, forever be annoyed, and new skill point reminder. Eventually, Pinky, you don't notice it until someone brings it up. Like, I'd forgotten about it until you said that. Now I'm aware of it, but for the most part, I just don't see it anymore. Hope you're doing well. Doing well today. Having a nice, chill stream. Had some friends bring the love over from their stream. Just, good vibes today. Had some deep talks earlier. But, just another day in my favorite corner of the internet, you know? Y'all are awesome. I bugged myself out. Alright, hit me. Hit me more. Thank you. Yeah, be careful you don't use Storm Dragon's Judgment while you're swapping weapons, because then you need to wait through the whole duration for the cooldown to start. It's very inconvenient. Original KOTOR is still easy to get into. The gameplay is very dated. I find that the second one, I vastly prefer KOTOR 2, because the gameplay is slightly less dated, but also the storytelling is much more unique. Like, KOTOR 2 tells probably the grittiest Star Wars story they've ever told, just like across all forms of Star Wars media, and it just actually makes you think about a lot of shit. It's just cool. Shocked we haven't gotten a bounty hunter theme game yet. We have. It's just old. I believe the name of the game is literally Bounty Hunter. You play as Django. Not Unchained. Fett. Do you know there's KOTOR 2? I live under a rock. KOTOR 2 with the restored content mod. That last bit is important because KOTOR 2 is a victim of a holiday crunch where they cut off about a third of the game and then shipped it to meet the holiday season. And then the publisher would not allow the developer to push a patch to restore that content. So modders, over the course of about a decade, went and did it themselves. But KOTOR 2 with the restored content added back in is such a fantastic fucking game. Play KOTOR 2 without the first? Yeah, there's some plot points you might be a little confused on, but they do kind of tell you the gist of what's important from the first game throughout it. You have a Switch, they recently were both released there? Yeah. I haven't used my Switch in a bit, and I've put hundreds of hours, if not thousands, across the two games. But I'll probably be picking them up on Switch for next time I travel. Yeah, if you want to know how much I like KOTOR 2, it's my number one in my top 5 there. Never played the restore content, too bad I don't have another 200 hours put into it right now. Every few days, I'm like, I could do a KOTOR playthrough. And then I'm like, which one do I want to play? I'm like, 2's better. Like, I could play both. Alright, I need to actually get rid of some stuff here from my inventory. This is gonna hurt, but I should. I should. Alright, what am I getting rid of? I don't need that bar balloon. Don't need that one. Don't need that either. Oh, where's Lego Star Wars at? The OG Lego Star Wars games are like... I don't know where I'd rank them, but I have some fond memories there. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you for the 1300 bits. That insanely generous as always. I appreciate it. Thank you. Trying to get ASALE on this Smithy's Ire. Don't have much luck. Let's try... I favor this, we're definitely not getting rid of that. Let's try the body rune and see how much more ridiculous our damage is. Skywalker Saga's fun. I've been thinking about picking that up. Maybe next time I see it on sale. So I'm already squishier than with the Bronco. Which is interesting. I am doing more damage, but I'm squishier. Comedy they put into the games and silly creative stuff they put in so cute and charming. It doesn't ruin the experience for me. Yeah, I think it adds to the experience. At least, you know, for me. Nightmare. Not Vorkanar. That's new. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for the tier 2 for the 4 months. Extra layer of support. It is massively appreciated. Thank you so much. Worth it. If I recall correctly, there's a Mega Bloks Claptrap Psycho figure. I do remember reading about that, yeah.
He's on fire.
Claptrap, Mega Block. Yeah, yeah. Aw, poorly timed on my part. Need you to come down. Thank you. Those pillars around Nightmare actually, do. Oh, they spawn ads. So, you touch Rune, as an ancient Rune, you touch him, you pat him on the head, tell him he's a good lad, and then it spawns skeletons. Now, you can kill them for additional crystals, so technically if you're going for max crystals, it's optimal to make sure you hit those wells. But they're there to give you death saves as well during the fight. So if you think you're going to be put in a position where you can't quite get up on your own, you just hit those buttons preemptively. Gotta go, thanks for the chat. Take it easy, Shellboy. Good to have you around. That's all they do, spawn ads? Thought it was some. Yeah, they just spawn ads. This is some nice show farming. Zadia is short for additional enemies. Oh, ads? Yes. Yeah. Or advertisement. Yeah. How you doing, Zachy? Does shell casing ring give its bonuses and holding a one-shot gun? I don't believe so, because you have to be at a low percentage, and if you're at 1 of 1, then you're at full. You're at 100%. I think you need to have the low ammo prompt on screen. I think that's the parameter. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who has further insight on that. You need at least a mag size of 2 and I'm one-shot fired. For some reason, melee crossbows don't give me a huge boost when hitting things. That is you not using your eyes correctly. The math on those does not change. If you have the crossbolts applied, you are getting the damage. Now keep in mind crossbolts have a limited duration, so depending on what crossbolts you're using, you may or may not be getting the bonus. For example, if you're trying to use crossbolts from most assault rifles, they're very short duration. Donkey saw blades are a good example. Those crossbolts last 1 second. So, hard. Something like a Scalawag or a Tootherator have high uptime, because Tootherator crossbolts, not only are those 5%, but they last for 8 seconds, and you apply 9 at once. Also, the ones that don't say melee damage don't give melee damage. The ones that just say damage are guns. They're gun damage. Melee crossbolts affect hammer throw? Yes, any melee damage, Fusion. Any. So they affect hammer throw, they affect stab-o-matic, live wire, maced wardo, hammer and anvil. Anything that's melee. Snake stick hydras. Every single melee build that exists benefits from having crossbolts. Some of them don't need them, but every single one benefits. Ooh, good dot on Freezicles. Ooh. 1 throw on Freezicles is actually huge. Freezicles is tanky. That was sick. Maybe need long duration crossbow because I'm using Dreadwind and Slow Greatsword. Yeah, that's why I like using Shrikes sometimes. Fear Not Shrikes with melee crossbolts on Dreadwind, because they'll keep happening while you're already spinning. Otherwise, Sniper crossbolts have the longest duration, so those would be what you want to use. Now, Snipers have a low fire rate, so Tootherator is ideal there, because even though it shoots slow, it shoots 9 projectiles at once. Build centered around hammer throw and dots? Yes. We're using a Spellblade to pump up our melee, including our hammer throw, and every time a melee crits, it applies Alchemical Agent. So we are applying a bunch of strong dots at all times, and we're playing around that. Kind of glad we still haven't gotten very good amnesias in the vendor of this character. I do not have the money. Welcome back, Sora. Sounds super fun. Can you show what gear and skills make up the build? Yeah, absolutely. So, we take Storm Dragon's Judgment as our action skill from the Clawbringer tree, and we go all the way down to 1 in Indomitable and 2 in Awe. And that allows us to have the Awe crit chance and crit damage, which is really, really good, and arguably the best thing about Clawbringer, other than like the first 2 tiers being cracked for these 15 points. We grab the lightning bonus element here, we grab Oath of Fire, just because we're going to be shooting a gun, so it just simply is damage. Dragon Aura is really good elemental damage. 1 point Firebolt, 1 point Storm Breath are very efficient. Then over in the Stabo tree, we get to Alchemical Agent. This is like the reason we take Stabo. Class Feat's nice for improving our dot crit chance as well, but Alchemical Agent is the whole reason we're here. So, Potent Poisons, because benefits dots. Then we take Haste, because movement speed and attack speed are good for this kind of setup, especially because we are swinging our melee weapon. Exploit their weakness is simply damage. Shadow Step is good because if an enemy dies to a dot, it turns on Shadow Step for our next attack, so we can often just chain those auto-crit melees. Nimble Fingers is there because spell damage benefits our Spellblade, and Spellblade affects Storm Dragon's Judgment, so we want that. Elusive is good defensive stuff, Contagion, dots, and then we take 1 point Arsenal to get that final skill point we need to get down here to Alchemical Agent. Arsenal is not a good skill, it is not an efficient skill, but because in this instance we are benefiting from both the melee and the spell for our primary method of damage dealing, it's more optimal to take than Follow-Up, because Follow-Up gives conditional, which Spellblade already does for us. It's more optimal than Swift Death, because Swift Death is just fucking awful. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage, remainder in crit chance. And gear wise, we got a Spellblade. It's one of the 4 melee weapons that benefit non-melee attacks, as in melee damage, it does not melee attack, alongside Greed Warden, Diamond Guard Sword, and Goblin's Bane. Spellblade is just, it allows you to pump lots of extra damage into things that otherwise wouldn't get it. So if you're going to try to make Storm Dragon's Judgment do good damage, Spellblade is going to be your best option. So we take Spell Rings because of that, with melee substats when possible. I'm using a Smithy's Ire because it benefits basically from everything we are pumping to boost our hammer throw, and it is also a hammer, so relevant. Been experimenting with this plate mail today, and I've been really enjoying it. The healing is quite nice. Really liking that. I've been experimenting with different wards. Body Rune's an option. Bronco Buster's an option. We're hitting the bunny for Hammer and Anvil because I want to try that out. Mace Wardu is great here as well. You could get away with an Ancient Deity or a Transistor or a Counter Feint. Lots of flexibility here. For the Amulet, there's flexibility as well. I'm using a Theurge currently, but you could use a Harbinger, you could use a Slip and Stun, you could use a Sacrificial Skeep, and all those would work very well. Guns-wise, Delusion for debuffing, White Rider for shooting things that I need to shoot, like getting into the Barkenstein boss fight, for example. Stab-O-Matics when I'm actually trying to shoot a thing. And Scalawag is the main option because it applies melee crossbolts and has a blade, and it's the one we're holding most of the time. Enchant-wise, having these action skill active elemental boosts is really nice for the hammer throw. So that helped. And then, of course, we have global damage here, and Consec Swing is very nice for melee formula as a whole. More explain to play this more, you make me want to play this build. Means I'm explaining well. What Radiance over Oath of Fire, just because I'm not shooting guns very often, gets put through unarmored. Rather be tanky for melee than have a gun boost rarely used. Yeah, that's a fine decision, Irish. Unarmored defense definitely gives Radiance more value. Big fan of the volley as a claw main. The volley's good. It's got good, like, formula. It's splash, homing projectiles, decent fire rate, decent base damage, decent dot. It's just a good gun. It's nothing like a show-stopping, like, Sword Explosion tier, but it's a good gun. Yeah. Great for Save Your Soul? Yeah. Tracking bullets. And obviously the dot means enemies will continue to take that damage, even if you can no longer see them. Or hit them. What do you change about this build's playstyle if you want Spell Shot instead of Stabmancer? Asking for a friend. So going Spell instead of Stabbo, you would lose Alchemical Agent, so it would be more important for you to front load that damage or have something to do in your downtime. So I would likely run an actual damage dealing spell other than Smithies. I'd probably run a Laser Hand if I was playing a Spell Shot version of this, just to have an always available high damage, range flexible, source of output. So I'd probably go with that. In terms of the tree, you would more justifiably be able to go down and cap Clawbringer Tree for Storm Smite, which would give you permanent Awe uptime, because this is going to do both damage types. You'd be able to get more points in Awe instead of just the 2 base that I have. You'd be able to get that 3rd one. Because Sever the Thread wouldn't really be doing anything for this build concept. You just want to get down to high thread count. You'd get Mage Armor out of the deal, so you'd be a little bit tankier as well. Yeah. Skills you'd be looking for armor for your build. I really like having this combo because primary Claw Power gives the most to the hammer. Secondary Stabbo Power gives you crit chance, which benefits both the hammer hit to get you, the damage and Alchemical Agent. And then the Stabbo Power is also boosting the class feat for global crit chance, which includes dots. So Claw primary, Stabbo secondary is definitely the best for this. And the skills, all 3 are good. You have Awe, Nimble Fingers, and Oath of Thunder. Oath of Thunder is just going to be a bonus element, so just damage. Nimble Fingers gives you fire rate and spell damage upon dealing melee damage. So when using a Spellblade, Nimble Fingers is great. And the fire rate will also help you apply crossbolts more quickly. And Awe is simply crit chance and shrine crit damage, much better than regular crit damage. So there's no combination of skills that isn't good on this. A ward you recommend for Dreadwind using Mace Wardu? I really like Body Rune, Mace Wardu, or Bad Egg for Dreadwind, depending on what amulet I'm using. I've been using a Harbinger lately, so Bad Egg is kind of out. But Wardu or Body Rune would be the pick there. Yeah. Ascended Lich's Augur. More capacity doesn't help this, though. Take it anyway, because it's an Ascended, but, that's a good example of a ward you don't want a high chaos tier on. Because that just means it breaks less. And it means you have to recharge it more to reset the parameter before it can trigger again. Just, No, Primordial times 3 Sword Explosions are hard to get weapon. Managed to get for me and even Rare Gun. Primordial times 2 White Rider. C50, never seen a times 2 White Riders. Wondering what the rarest weapon is in the game. Rarest weapon, it'd probably be one of the slots with more, or one of the types with more part variance. So I'm thinking off the top of my head, a max damage box mag Envy would probably be one of the rarer ones, because Black Powder Snipers, much like Jacob Snipers, have just insane part variance. So maybe something along that line. But that's just a guess, because Sword Explosion doesn't have that much part variance. White Rider has a fair amount. It could be in the running there. Could be comparable to Envy. Also using Mace Warder on Dreadwind, but I'm going to play through, and it was a level 15-ish world drop. I don't know if the level of a Wardu actually matters, because it bases it off your melee weapon, right? So, like, low-level Wardu probably still has the same damage, it's just you don't have the capacity to trigger the effect more often. One of Wardu's biggest upsides is that it has a very large capacity. It's like 2nd place overall, 2nd or 3rd. The top 3 are like Static Charge, Mind Rune, and Mace Wardu for raw capacity. Talking about highest part variance weapons? Yeah, Beaver. Crossblade? Crossblade might be up there. I don't know how many parts change aside from the mag and the element, though. Because, like, Envy is truly insane with the number of parts it can change. Locked element helps the Envy. That is one saving grace for it, yeah. Envy and White Rider are locked element. Body Rune give a 20% global fire? Yes, Body Rune's global. Sure feels like the part variance for the crossblade's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just, guessing off of what I remember. It could be greater variance than I'm recalling. That's something I do want to do a scientific dive into. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? It's just Black Powder in general, though, because Rain of Arrow is also pretty varied. Black Powder in general has very high part variance, yes. Yeah. In particular, something to keep in mind is the accessories for Black Powder get out of hand, because you can have barrel accessories 1, 2, and 3, body accessories A, B, and C, and then you have stock accessories 1 through 5, and then you have sub-accessories on stocks, like 1 through 5, A through E and shit. It's crazy. Doing good, going through some mapping in Wonderlands. Ooh. But the melee bunny so much, all my builds are in danger of becoming melee builds. You mean they're in danger of becoming correct? Because melee is the correct answer to any question. The game heard me talking shit. It actually just heard me. I want to get back into BO3 again, mess around with Grab Snare build? Do it! I played some BO3 last night, I had a great time. Any? Okay. What on for breakfast? Melee, yes. Kinda feel like the KEKW reply from Nightbot needs to be updated to a meld. Yes, that did just happen, Roddy. Yeah, you can just kind of face tank Lastard. Kinda nice. Boss run, gets a Mel double. That was a fun practice, the other bosses. I think it's possible to beat under 4 hours. Caught up on the RNG portion of the chance farming, so looking at different skill trees and angles you can go about. That's an interesting puzzle to solve. Does the speedrun have, like... Is it current patch, current hotfix, all that, DLC available? For this category? Current everything? Okay, I'm thinking. I might not have an answer, but I'm thinking. Boycott Quag until he beats a Melda. I'm in. Saying her name gives her power. It's a Voldemort situation? Okay. Beautiful. I'm always really glad when a concept I'm testing out, like seeing if something is viable, actually becomes something I fixate on like this. I've done this with so many things in this game now. Most of them melee related, but I'm okay with that. Don't say it 3 times in a row. Ascended Bronco Buster. You see, okay, this is a perfect example. 2,000 capacity. AKA way, way, way worse at doing what the Bronco sets out to do than a non-chaos tiered one. Because a recharge rate of 543 would take 4 seconds to fill this. So you have to wait the 1 second for the delay to kick in, and then 4 more. So 5 seconds to be full. Whereas if you take a non-chaos tiered one with the same exact part set, it's 1 second for delay, and then the capacity is about 1,000. So it takes 2 seconds after the delay to fill. So 3 seconds versus 5 seconds. With no other benefit offered. I do think this is the kind of thing that should be addressed if they do a ward balancing week, because there's options such as the Bronco Buster that strictly get worse if you get them at higher chaos tiers. Whereas things like Nova effects just don't hold up because they never go up beyond base level 40, even if you have them at higher tiers. Fun combo I just thought of: Bronco Buster, Harbinger Unarmored. The thing with Harbinger and Bronco is that it's just kind of wasted. Like, Bronco on its own is already gonna get you there, pretty much, and the amount you'll actually regen with Harbinger is not enough to outpace any enemy damage when your capacity is that low. But I like the thought process. Most fun build I've done so far is the Grave Cap, Spore second, Dark Magic one I've been doing. That, like with my Grave, will want my shield down, more health bonuses. Yeah. So much capacity right now. Oof. Does the spell shot of a skill for when their shield's down? Yeah. Glass Cannon prevents natural ward regen, but gives you 30% spell damage while it's down. Keep in mind that 30% spell damage is just the same as like every other source of spell damage, so it's not actually very special. How did that hammer throw miss? Question mark? This one's scuffed. Come here. The same issue with Pandemicium. Nova doesn't scale. Pandemicium does actually go up with Chaos tier. Unlike the Novas, Chaos. Pandemicium does go up. It just has a very low base value. That's one that you could just increase the number and the problem would get smaller. Pandemicium lost its main use case when Contagion was changed to do exactly what it says. Because before Contagion was fixed, any dot could cause Contagion and therefore increase in strength if you had enough status damage. Because Contagion would half the damage of the previous dot and then apply it as a new one. But the new one got status effect in the formula. So if you had over 100%, then your dots would be progressively increasing. And Pandemicium just created instances of damage, lots of them. It didn't matter that they were weak. They would be capable of applying a dot, which means they could just feed into the chain. That was the use case. But now that there's no advantage to simply having that damage be there, because that damage is weak, it's just kind of there and doesn't do enough to really be relevant at endgame. It's probably pretty good during a playthrough, but I've not tested that enough to know. Spell around 30 levels right now. I want to cap it next and second Grave, use Grave's cap. Yeah, Grave Capstone is definitely just better for spellcasting builds because it allows you to stack up Dark Hydras more easily, which is just damage for everything you do, and allows you to get Ascension stacks up to high numbers without having to kill things. And Ascension gives you spell damage. Ascension is the second largest source of spell damage in the entire game. So, like, not including, you know, Buffmeister Paradigm stuff. Got a really good Primordial Spell Claw Amalgam with 2 and Awe, spell crit, area damage, ability crit, max health, gun damage. Thinking about that. So, like, the spell crit combined with Awe could be of value. Area damage is just going to be good there. The ability crit doesn't do much unless you're doing Storm Smite there, which you might be. So, like, I guess that helps out Storm Smite a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Max health doesn't hurt you. Gun damage doesn't really match with the rest of the stuff, but it's okay. It's okay. Plan on trying something with Pandemicium once we have a new class. Yeah, I'm hoping that they balance it when we get the new class, because it does just seem like a natural combo, doesn't it? Man, we're really not having much luck with hammer and anvils. We've only gotten one to drop at all. Maybe I should have taken that one. Another one. So this is a good example of something that I've brought up a few times. There's this perception that dedicated farming has no place because of bunnies being just good at giving volumes of loot. Well, this entire stream I've gotten one hammer and anvil. Now, dedicated farming would yield, if I was going for one specific drop like this, would yield a drop sooner. So if an item has a dedicated source in this game, and you are after one item in particular and do not care for anything else of that category, then yes, farming the source is still, even in this game, yes, more efficient than bunnies. But the place where bunnies get more efficient is if you want two different items. If you would accept something else of value, which you almost always will. But it's still worth mentioning. Cat, what are you doing? Yeah, you. I legit dreamt they dropped info in the new class. Oh no. Any tips, tricks, advice for Spore and Graveborn playthrough? Getting that pet revive in the Spore tree early will save you some respawns. And then getting Sanguine Sacrament in the Grave tree and using a spell with fast cooldown will have you very hard to take down in the first place. I expect Borderlands 4 to be the same, but Borderlands no, that's me. Say if they made the boss have a high dedicated drop rate, it would help a lot. Just personally don't want Sacred Farming to be the farming. I think they could just have both happening at the same time. Like, we've seen with DLC 1 of Borderlands 3 that a model where even as high as guaranteed drop rates for dedicateds, it can work. It does not stop people from farming. There's a common fear that, you know, if people get the drops fast, they won't be farming. Well, part variance stops that from being true. Getting a drop is not getting the drop. Especially in this game with Chaos Tiers. I think it's partly a question of how long it should take to get a perfect drop. I don't think perfect drops should enter into the calculation. Because perfect is not quantifiable in many cases. For example, you can't quantify a perfect ward, because some situations you want one augment, some you want another. Each individual augment actually affects the base stats of the ward in different ways. Sometimes you want a higher chaos tier on it, sometimes you don't, sometimes you want a different element. There's no quantifiable perfect there. Perfect to mean any one specific variant. That's fair. It's still flawed. I can still think of problems with it, but, you know, from my personal biases, I agree with that. went on how long. Borderlands 2 was way worse. Only if you don't account for part variants. Because you got the drops slower in Borderlands 2, on average, for most of the stuff, compared to, say, BL3. But the number of combinations of parts that they had was just so low that by the time you got a drop, it was at least decent. Very rarely would it be not at least okay. And the stat swing for, let's say, damage accessories on guns, you'd be plus or minus 10%. Borderlands 3, you could be plus or minus 50%. Wonderlands, you could be plus or minus 80%. Because Chaos tier and parts. What if they did a Fallout 4 type mechanic and let us gather and swap weapon and item parts? That's something that comes up a lot, but considering how Gearbox seems to envision these games, I don't see it being likely. In fact, they even roast the idea of a crafting system with quest dialogue in this game. They don't seem to want to do it. Like, there were a few hard no's to that idea in BL3's life cycle as well, when it was asked by the community. And granted, anointment rerolling in BL3 also used to be a hard no, but that eventually changed, so who knows? Who knows? There's my skeep, fire damage, spell shot power, all damage dealt, status effect chance, I'll take that, nice. I'm team no crafting. I'm team I welcome more options. But keep in mind, the concept of mix and match, depending on how it's implemented, could go wrong real fast. For example, the grinder in TPS basically constructed an environment where people didn't go farm for things. And let's discount the fact that a lot of things didn't have sources for a while. People didn't go farm for things, they farmed for quantity of things, and then they sat in the grinder mashing shit together. And that creates a situation where you're farming for quantity rather than quality, so you're not going to want to do any of the farms except the one that gives you big number, rather than going for the farm that gives you the specific thing you're after. And that is like the world drop farming that dedicated farmers reject in concept. That is that personified. So a crafting system could create a grinder situation, and I don't think that's something that most of the player base would want. Like, I'm not a personal fan of dedicated farming. I don't care for it, I don't ever do it. Even when it would be more efficient for me to do so. I just don't enjoy that gameplay loop. But I do want it to still be an option for people who do. There we go, that's a good dot. Not quite enough duration to finish her, but... And then my hammer didn't hit her hitbox. It's so awkward. Yeah, I gotta aim lower with the hammer. I can't aim for her chest, I need to hit the legs. Crafting and it just enables second slot vendor type shenanigans. Vendor slot 2 is cursed. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Remember what Patches O'Houlihan taught us? You know, I somehow knew that on this one that was happening. Like, I somehow actually was already prepared for that. Spend some moon orbs. Think there's any good build possible around Blast Shell from Berserker? Searching for new build ideas? Yeah, a melee build where you swing a melee weapon. Here, I can play one for you real quick. It's just going to be a good skill to have if you are going that far down Berserker tree, or if you're running a melee swing build and have Berserker and you can just grab it on armor. Steady farming helps avoid a Melda. So, you can see on my armor here, I have Blast Chill. So I'm not that far down on the tree because I found it more important to get Alchemical Agent because it's just goated for melee stuff, and then Executioner's Blaze for me to deal with enemies that are out of my melee range. And it's also a way for me to multitask while using my action skill Dreadwind. So Blast Chill is going to be helping my damage when I'm swinging my weapon in between spins. Keep in mind that Blast Chill being relevant to melee builds is important because melee builds are the highest DPS in the game. See that big chunk of damage from that Frost Explosion? That was Blast Chill. Theodore, though, grown to hate. But any agency had Initia's action skill. No! That's always funny when that happens. I keep forgetting I need to hold W if I'm Dreadwinding when working our phases, otherwise, because of my movement speed, it actually just throws me into the pit. Good job, me. Okay, I got it that time. Cliff. Blast Shell's not affected by Ancient Fury. Why wouldn't it be? It's frost damage. So what are we referring to? Ancient Fury being area damage? Exclamation point damage. We'll show you the damage formula, and you can see Blast Chill's formula, and, you know, all that stuff. Got a new gun, shoots like 5 saw blades and a bunch of frost stuff. That's cool, ugly. Guns in this game have a lot of diverse effects. This spam machine. Forgot about the Leon death noise. Oh, Yeah, we one-shot that guy with Blast Chill. Still makes sense he's Bronco Buster with an unarmored defense Bereaver. Thinking about that. So, like, Bronco Buster innately gives you a large health boost, but when using unarmored defense, you want more wards because that converts more favorably into even more health. Bronco Buster has no real capacity, but all health boost. I don't think it's bad, but it wouldn't be one of my go-tos. Wouldn't be a go-to. Bye, Salissa. Okay, perfect example of why Executioner's Blade is good. We can't really hit these guys, so instead we put a bunch of tasers, and those trigger Executioner's Blade. We can just stick them up on the obelisk there, and it'll hit the flying enemies. Finally back and listening. Welcome back. We're on a Berserker Graveborn build, and I want to focus on guns and spells. Don't mind the stomach growling. How should I spec skills-wise, and what pieces of gear should I try to get? So guns and spells with Berserker Graveborn. Okay, let me open a skill tree planner. And do some stream of thought stuff for that. Okay, so, Berserker Graveborn. Berserker Tree is just going to give you really good access to lots of quality of life things and global damage formula. But one thing you have to note that neither one of these trees gives you is gun damage. So you're going to want gun damage rings if you're doing gun stuff with the build. Now, Berserker also doesn't give spell damage, but Graveborn covers that. Berserker doesn't give global damage, but Graveborn covers that. Graveborn doesn't get conditional, but Berserker covers that. So you're going to want to fill out the tree with as much general applicable damage formula stuff as you can. Now, this class combo, something that it has is extreme survivability. So we're going to take the must-haves first, and then I'll explain the choices I make from there. Faithful Thralls, you take it in every single Graveborn build without exceptions, always. I really like Unyielding for first tier Berserker because it's just always on healing that simply gets better. The more health you have, the more you use your action skill, it just simply gets better. Then we take Frost damage if we're doing spells and guns. Old Ways is easily one of the best skills, you max that. Icebreaker is great damage. Remember, we're always going to be doing Frost because of Berserker's Enraged class feat. And if you're using actual Frost sources of damage, that goes up even more. Unarmored defense is just insane tank, so I always like to take that. Cold Snap directly improves the effectiveness of your Icebreaker by giving you more Frost efficiency, so we'll put 1 point there to get down to Relentless Rage, because that's going to be a must-have here as well, if you should happen to go down. Looking for more Sharksbanes, because Ascended having 52% gun damage is awesome. Yeah, Sharksbane or Fealty Oath would definitely be the rings I would recommend if I was able to pick exactly what I got. It'd be one of those two, because they just get more gun damage. And then they have their own parameter to increase that, Sharksbane being crits, Fealty Oath being swapping guns. Now, over here for Graveborn, I like to take 2 Essence Drain for a little bit of spell cooldown to advance down. Sanguine Sacrament is one of the best survivability skills in the game, you take that. Then, from here, depending on how much you're casting, Essence Drain gets more and more desirable. Since you wanted to focus on spells, I'd say taking more Essence Drain to get down to here. You take Dark Hydras because you always max that. Now, if you have a focus on spellcasting, Stain of the Soul is also good. This means you're less punished for any spells that are locked to an element. So if you really wanted to use Ice Spikes or Laser Hands and you ran into the appropriate enemies that are like immune to those elements, Stain of the Soul really helps you get around that. Ascension is one of the biggest sources of spell damage in the entire game, and it's also worth noting it gives health as well. So you can get even tankier with this. So max that. I take more Stain of the Soul to get down here. Blast Gasp is one of the most impactful spellcasting things in the game, so you take that, you max that out, you get to Morhaim's Blessing. The reason Morhaim's Blessing is good is because it allows you to stack up Ascension every time you cast a spell. You don't need to get a kill, you can just stack it by casting, and it also gives you a chance of spawning a Dark Hydra each time you cast, up to your cap, of course. So it's just really good consistency and damage. Now that leaves you 2 points here, and you can kind of put these points as you like. Taking a point of Blood Frenzy is nice because it is also a kill skill, meaning it'll be triggered by Morhaim's Blessing. You can cast a spell to get a chunk of your health back and some more enrage duration. Something I like doing with this combo is Reaper of Bones, because Reaper of Bones will trigger Selective Amnesia constantly, and you can run that armor with that together, so you'll have that global Frost Element from Enrage, you'll have the global Dark Magic from Reaper of Bones, you'll have the always on boost from Amnesia, and because the battery for Amnesia is your health bar, a multi-class like this gives you a lot of healing to that end. This last point could go in Cold Snap to improve your Frost efficiency and move speed. It could go into more Blood Frenzy if you want to strengthen that heal even more. It could go into Ancient Fury. I'm going to put it in Ancient Fury here right now, strictly because area damage is a fresh multiplier for most spell stuff and most relevant boss and guns. If you don't have area damage on your armor, you want it somewhere. This is a place to get it. If you do have area damage on your armor, you can move this to like Stain of the Soul or something. But this is something that I would maybe do for this kind of build. Called Bread Slicer. Yeah, Bread Slicer is good, Wuggly. Throw on a body rune. Yeah, for more healing as well. Is that a Tyrant's Truth angle? Maybe. But I do something like this, Bizarre, for that. You identified Sharksbane well as like just a good gun damage ring. Sword Explosion's reliable boss and gun. White Rider's a good all-purpose gun. Look out for those. In terms of spells, Ice Spikes and Laser Hands are going to be great. Reliable damage dealing, you could aim them very precisely. They can hit weak spots and crit and things like that. And they have short cooldowns. So you can cast them a lot to constantly trigger things like Sanguine Sacrament and Morhaim's Blessing, triggering Blood Frenzy to keep your Reaper active. That's an angle you could take it. Skeep Necklace made for Reaper. Yeah, you could use Skeep for that. Every 30 seconds it'll give you a Skeep that'll float around and do a few pulses, keeping your meter full. The thing is, with your amulet slot, you're often choosing between increasing your uptime or reducing your downtime. Running a Theurge is going to shave a chunk of your Reaper cooldown off each time you cast while it's not active. And Reaper has a long cooldown. So I personally prefer going that route. But Skeep keeps it on longer and gives you a little safety net if you happen to die before you can get Reaper active. Rewards here as well. Maybe we can hammer an anvil on this save. Got the urge to see Quack fight Imelda. Mm-hmm. Amulet Bunny really hates me. I never get what I want. I'm always settling there. Me too, honestly. The good amulets I've gotten have been just world drops. Or from the wheel. Also using Ruby Spite and farming theaters and other cool stuff. Ruby Spite would work well with that, yeah. Ruby Spite would work very well with that build concept. Just keep in mind that you want to make sure you get that initial kill with the Spite and not with a spell, because you want to get it rolling, but I'm sure you know that. Not great luck here. I guess the hunt for hammer and anvils will continue tomorrow. Because that's going to be it for today. Because I'm hungry. And I got some cool stuff I need to check out. Cool opportunities and stuff. Super secret for now. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thanks for all the love and support today. Is Curse Choice Elemental Overload or Nullify? Yeah, pain or pain. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. More Wonderlands. 9 something Eastern is my start time. Torture stream related? Yes. Let's see who's live where we can bring the love. Pascaroni's on some BL3. Glenny's on some BL3. Lazy's on Wonderlands. Let's go to Glenny. Let's go to Glenny. Don't get to raid Glenny very often. So, Mad Glenny is just a good friend to us all here, and one of the most knowledgeable Borderlands 3 theory crafters out there. He's really enjoying diving into a bunch of builds he didn't have access to before he got his PC. So now he's downloading saves and doing curse stuff. He got me to play BL3 last night. That's how enthusiastic he is about it, and I love BL3. It's fun to be back there. So definitely give him lots of love. Also, he's just like one of the nicest people out there, and has frequent and impactful discussions on things like mental health. It's literally what he does for his job as well. So like, yeah, he's just he's a good guy. You'll enjoy it there. Let's drop some quagged chads if you have them on Glenny. And I will see you guys over there and tomorrow on stream. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah, Wonderlands as usual. Nothing special there. Alright, have a wonderful rest of your day. I really appreciate all of you. And drink some fucking water. Hydrate. Self-care. Bye.